Please come to order. It is 10:03. The Lord be with you.
And with thy spirit.
Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, who by thy Holy Spirit didst preside in the council of thy blessed apostles, and hast promised through thy Son, Jesus Christ, to be with the church to the end of the world, we beseech thee to be with the synod of thy church here assembled in thy name and presence. Save us from all error, ignorance, pride, and prejudice, and of thy great mercy vouchsafe, we beseech thee, so to direct, sanctify, and govern us in our work by the mighty power of the Holy Ghost, that the comfortable gospel of Christ may be truly preached, truly received, and truly followed in all places, to the breaking down the kingdom of sin, Satan, and death, till at length the whole of thy dispersed sheep, being gathered into one fold, shall become partakers of everlasting life through the merits and death of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Amen.
I'd like Canon Mailer to lead us in the Lord's Prayer in Welsh. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. My Lords Bishop, Venerable, very Reverend, and dear Fathers, ladies, and gentlemen, I have attended every provincial synod of our church since 1983, and that year the first Metropolitan was elected and enthroned in Orlando, Florida. The final years of Archbishop Falk's leadership were tumultuous and ended with his departure from the Anglican Catholic Church for the new Anglican Church in America, which he formed with the leader of the then American Episcopal Church. Today we come in a sense full circle. The ACA and the ACC will reunite, and that is the principal fact of this 26th Provincial Synod. In our first decades at provincial synods, the opening charge of the Metropolitan usually leaned heavily on the Exodus. We had left Egypt, the Egypt of the Episcopal Church and the Canterbury Communion, and were on our way to the Promised Land. As Christians and believers in divine providence, it is a notable fact that the 40th anniversary of the Great St. Louis Congress of 1977 came in 2017, when the Diocese of the Holy Cross, the Anglican Church in America, the Anglican Province of America, and the Anglican Catholic Church signed a concordat of full communion in Atlanta, Georgia. That concordat established full communion amongst ourselves based on our common worship, our common holy orders, and our common adherence to the affirmation of St. Louis. If we push the Exodus theme a bit, then the G4 Concordat was the end of the Exodus. 8 years on, from 2017, what do we make of all that? To begin with, even if we have entered the Promised Land, let us please remember the Old Testament accurately. Please consider the book of Joshua. It may be difficult for some of us if our Old Testament readings are limited to those assigned in the 1943 Daily Office Lectionary, because in that lectionary, readings from Joshua only are provided for morning prayer 1 week. I suppose Joshua has too many hard passages for squeamish mid-20th century Episcopalians. But if we read more of Joshua than those lectionary snippets, we will know that at the end of an Exodus is not the end of an Exodus is not the same as success in a new home. At best, there is still much hard work. At worst, there is a great deal that can go spectacularly wrong. Nevertheless, if we are not yet sitting every man under his fig tree and his vine, we are at least more united today than we have been in many years, since the first 4 bishops consecrated in Denver in January 1978 ended up in 4 different churches. In fact, to repeat, in a sense, we have come full circle. In 1990, apart from the ACC-ACA and a tiny UECNA, the continuing church consisted of our church and the AEC. In 1990, both the ACC and the AEC were growing nicely. Well, now, apart from the ACC-ACA and a tiny UECNA, we are back to 2 main continuing churches, the ACC and the APA. We've lost almost 35 years, which allowed the Neo-Anglicans to arise, but now the ACC and the APA are in full communion and have cordial relations, which was not the case in 1990. And I believe we both, once again, are growing. So some things have gotten better. By way of green shoots, consider the consecrations since our last Provincial Synod. Bishop Kuta was consecrated in Tanzania. He was consecrated in South Africa, but he was enthroned in Tanzania by me in September last year. While I was in Tanzania for the bishop's enthronement, we dedicated cornerstones or foundations for 7 or 8 new churches. At that time, there were 27 congregations in the country. There now are 127. The enthronement rite itself was attended by thousands of people. During the 5-hour enthronement rite, there was a musical dance. A little family was pursued around one of the choirs by a very scary-looking man with a machete and his henchmen. The little family was in danger. Then a man in white appeared and interposed himself between the fleeing family and the wicked pursuers. Also then, Haverland figured out we were watching, in modern terms, a reenactment of the Exodus. All during the performance, the choir was singing in Swahili, "We will never go back, we will never go back." Well, we won't go back either. The Exodus theme is valid. If anyone doubts that, think only of the absurdity which is Canterbury this month. But I digress. I mentioned Bishop Kuta first as a new diocese, which is already building churches and attracting thousands. Likewise, since our last Provincial Synod, 2 new bishops, Bishop June Paul Canillo and Bishop Arthur Rosales, have been consecrated for the Philippines, where their dioceses are centered in Mindanao and in Luzon, respectively. In the United States, many of our parishes are enjoying renewed strength and rejuvenation. We benefit from a nationwide trend among traditional and liturgical churches as younger people surprise themselves by looking to the past as a possible source of answers for present needs. Or as one Gen Z member told me recently, "I think my generation are attracted to traditional churches because they are countercultural." Welcome to the counterculture. Also in this country, and since our previous Provincial Synod, we have consecrated Bishop Jeff Johnson for the Mid-Atlantic states in succession to Bishops McLean and LaRoe. The diocese in which I was ordained deacon and priest has an able leader who has my confidence and that of his predecessors. Our principal business this synod concerns the nuts and bolts of the ACC-ACA reunification. Someone just said, may I pass out these bumper stickers at the APA? And I said, well, it's the ACA. And she said, well, the alphabet soup confuses me. And I said, well, it's about to become simpler. We have on our agenda the canonical legislation needed to effect this reunion. We will also, in the process, clarify the dioceses of the original province with their geographical descriptions. I hope that following this synod we can produce an updated version of the canons, which will incorporate all changes to those canons produced since the last edition, which is online, and that is the 2017 edition. Otherwise, our business mostly will be of the routine matters of receiving reports and approving budgets. Our late Provincial Secretary, Colonel Charles E. Morris, used to say at the end of these affairs to me, Bishop, thank God for another boring synod. He and I both have lived through far too many synods that were not boring. Believe me, boring is better. So let us pray for what I believe we will have, a productive, happy, and boring time. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. Oh, thank you. Don't forget to get back your prayer book. All right, we are now ready for the report of the Credentials Committee. We will have the report from Bishop LaRoe, and the report will change, of course, when the ACA come, as it were, into the room, and then the numbers will change. Bishop LaRoe. By the way, please identify yourselves if you're not identified when you come to the microphone. We believe in the church triumphant, expectant, and militant, but not clairvoyant.
Good morning, Your Grace. I've asked Father Weaver to read the numbers for you all. He's much more familiar with the registration addendums, so we indeed met a couple times. Sometimes you all wonder whether or not the Credentials Committee even gets together, but we did. And so, Father Weaver, if you would please.
That does not require a second because it is made by an official committee. Discussion? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
There are 4 call motions therein being adopted. The total number of delegates, I think, is 26. Provincial Synod are 13 episcopal delegates, 47 lay delegates, and 40 clerical delegates.
And let's do the math. So 50% of the bishops is 7. Of the laity, it is 24. And of the clergy, it is 21. The numbers will be, well, yes. So, and then 2/3 of the of 13 is 8, 9. And 2/3 of 40 is, who does fractions better than I? 28. And 2/3 of 47, yeah, that'd be 42. 2/3 of 47 would be 32. Okay. And we will update those figures as needed. All right, we are ready then for the roll call of dioceses.
Diocese of the Holy Trinity. Somebody say here, here. Thank you. I know you were here. Diocese of the Midwest. Here. Diocese of the Mid-Atlantic States. Here. Diocese of the South. Here. Diocese of New Orleans. Here. Diocese of the United Kingdom. Here. Diocese of the Philippines. Here. Diocese of Mindanao. Diocese of the Holy Cross. Diocese of Eastern Congo has been excused. Diocese of Wheel, Southern Sudan has been excused. Missionary Diocese of Resurrection. Diocese of Christ the Redeemer. Diocese of Congo has been excused. Missionary District of Canada. Missionary Diocese of New Granada. Diocese of Kenya. I'm so glad that you finally made it, Bishop. He arrived at 4:30 this morning. Diocese of Cameroon has been excused. The Missionary Diocese of the Caribbean has been excused. And the Missionary Diocese of Australia and New Zealand has been excused.
Welcome, Bishop Ndegwa. We're glad you made it.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. So we have a quorum and are therefore now organized and ready to do business. I would like to make some appointments. We'd appoint Dr. Lloyd as the parliamentarian. The official timekeeper is Noah Farrell. The head teller, Carolee LaRoe. And the assistant tellers, Jessica Brackett, Jillian Marion, Nancy Rocha, and Ann Toohey from the Diocese of New Orleans. So Mrs. Johnson was not able to be here. The standing rules of conduct. I guess I need my computer for that. Do you have them?
They're if you turn the page.
Are they in everyone's
Yeah,
packet?
they're in everyone's.
All right, the standing rules of procedure and conduct are in your packet. Headed Anglican Catholic Church with the shield on both sides.
It should be right behind their
Should be right behind your agenda. As chairman of the Rules Committee, Agenda and Rules Committee, I move the acceptance first of the agenda and then secondly of the standing rules of conduct. The agenda is on the floor to be voted on. If additions are needed, we will fairly liberally allow additions to the agenda, so don't worry about a rigid agenda. Any discussion of the agenda? Those in favor of the adoption of the agenda, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The standing rules are on the floor as presented from the Agenda and Rules Committee. Is there any discussion of the proposal? Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you. All right. The minutes of the previous Provincial Synod, in the past we have copied, made hard copies of and distributed. It is our impression that they were not widely and avidly read. So they have been distributed electronically for those who wish to give them close attention.
I have corrections to say out loud.
Okay. And then a hard copy is provided to each of the bishops and dioceses for their records. So everyone, I submit that the minutes are now on the floor for approval. Shall I read them out for you in full?
I move the waiving of the reading of the minutes.
Thank you, Canon Jeremiah. I thought you might, or someone might. All right, so the motion is to receive the minutes as distributed.
Second.
Who was that?
Jerry Griffin got it to the web.
I think we already voted on that, didn't we? Did we vote on Canon Jeremiah's motion?
No, it needed a second.
All right, so it's got a second. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Now, there are some corrections to the minutes as distributed, which will now be made.
And I know that many of you don't have the minutes in front of you, but I would like to read the corrections so that they get in the minutes for this time and they're being recorded. So if you want to write quickly, if you care, you can. But so on page 6, under the Ecumenical Relations Report, there was a sentence that actually started with he and then never finished. So the statement should have said, he noted that there had been a spirit of cooperation and cordiality amongst the G3 in most places. On page 9, under the heading of Regional Report MDNG, it was noted that not everybody understood that acronym, and so it should read the Missionary Diocese of New Granada. On page 12, the last word of content on the page was a sentence that said that Bishop Munduela had offered a prayer in Kosa. That is, for an explanation or clarification, Kosa was his native language. It was not a misspelling or a wrong word. That is the native language. There was an issue with page numbering due to we were pulling files in PDF and organizing them and having to manually number them, and there was a number off. We missed page 15, which was Father Foggin's report, and went directly to page 16, so everything after Father Foggin's report is misnumbered. I don't know that that affects the quality of the minutes, but I do know that. So basically the other comments were just about the numbering because of that one missed page. So it will be corrected in the official minutes, and the official copy will be in the provincial records. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Jonathan, in normal way. Is there a motion to adopt the minutes with those corrections? Did you get the names?
Can I just pick somebody out of the room?
Mr. Pearson, Mrs. Kylander. Those in discussion? Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you very much. I am unaware of any old business arising from the minutes of the 25th Provincial Synod. Is anyone able to correct me or add any information to my perception? Then we may move on to the report of the Committee on Constitution and Canons. We have a list of those dioceses for canon. For canon, Hollister made his motion. Those are South African dioceses. These are the 7 dioceses that will be moving into the original province. And those are the names of the these are the bishops, and these are the
These 4 and these 2.
and this one.
Oh, the bishop put it.
Okay. And so the chair recognizes Canon John Hollister, who is the provincial chancellor.
Good morning. As the Archbishop said, I'm your, until the end of the Synod, your provincial chancellor, and as such, the ex officio chairman of the Committee on Constitution and Canons, but my conscience will not allow me to appear before you as a fledged in another bird's feathers. The laboring oar and moving hand in the report you have before you and the other things we will discuss is that of our honored and esteemed and beloved Metropolitan. And I have to say, since it'll probably be my last chance to say it, in 46 years of practicing law, the Archbishop is the only layman, from the standpoint legal layman, I've ever encountered who seems to naturally think like a lawyer, which has been a great service to the church. But he does a great many things for the church that don't appear on the surface and most of us are unaware of. And his deft hand in resolving problems and negotiating situations has much to do with what you're about to look at. It probably would be helpful to first give a very, very brief sketch of how the merger with the ACA will actually occur. As we're sitting here, they are meeting next to us and voting first to dissolve their relationship with the traditional Anglican communion, which is a rather vague and amorphous body that was created by our late and then left us Metropolitan Archbishop Falk as a vehicle to enable him to escape our Constitution and canons and the limits they imposed on it. So their connection with the TAC would make it impossible for them to become part of our church. Then, with that accomplished, they will vote to merge with us. That completes their side of the action. We have to do something to receive them. And technically that will happen when our College of Bishops meets as a separate house. Their bishops will sign the canonical oaths and subscriptions and be received in their orders as bishops of the ACC and added to our college. That will take care of the bishops. The first thing you will be asked to do here now is to establish the dioceses as ACC dioceses over which those bishops will preside, and therefore the former diocese of the then dissolved ACA will become the newly created ACC diocese. So the first section of this report, well, first there's a little housekeeping thing about numbering sections of canons, but the main part of the first part of the report is erecting officially as ACC dioceses what were formerly ACA dioceses. They will become dioceses of our church. And since the ACA clergy and laity are already members of those dioceses, then as their dioceses enter the church, they will ride along on their back. So there will not be a specific resolution or canon where you're asked to say, we receive the ACA. It'll be in these two steps, first the bishops and then the diocese. So the first item in the little report before you is simply renumbering the section of the provincial canons that sets out the names and descriptions of the diocese. And that's another thing. At the 24th Synod in 2020, we moved the descriptions of the diocese from the church canons that govern the church worldwide to the canons of the original province, because our constituent dioceses and their descriptions are basically solely a housekeeping matter for the original province. And that's what you have before you on this first, second page of the little pamphlet, but the first page of text. We've had some in and out of dioceses and moving them around so that left blank places in the numerical list. So this first item is under Canon 3.2, which is the definition of the diocese, is simply collapsing those gaps together and straightening out the canon numbers for our existing pre-merger diocese. And then that's item A in the report. And then item B in the report are adding to that same part of our canons, Canon 3.2, the descriptions of the ACA dioceses. I'm getting lost in the alphabet soup. They have three dioceses that are joining us. They're Diocese of the Eastern United States, their Diocese of the West, and their Diocese of the Missouri Valley, which used to be one of ours anyway, left with Louis Falk of whatever memory. And that is what you will be asked, these two things, just straightening out the editorial matter and the description of the diocese, and then adding these three new sections in their numerical order to create or accept or convert the ACA diocese to ACC diocese. And on the last page of the report is a commentary, for which we are indebted to the Archbishop, which simply explains what's going on here. And the meat of that explanation is that the process of shuffling the ACC diocese and people into the ACA diocese and people into the ACC. The bishops and other authorities who negotiated this arrangement devised a 5-year window in which this process would be totally completed. So you'll see references in those canons to 2030. It's just over 5 years. 2 of those dioceses, it specifies what is going to happen, which is that their constituent parishes by 2030 will have merged into the ACC diocese in which they are geographically situated. The 3rd diocese has a little different arrangement. You'll see that canon says, so to be determined. All it's committing to is that by 2030, a mechanism for the transition will be devised. And the reason that there's one program for 2 of the dioceses and a separate undefined program, just a commitment on the 3rd, if those of you who've been in the church for some considerable period of time will remember that there was a time when our relations with what is now the ACA were less than warm, and we are now undoing the damage that was done at Deerfield Beach. And the process, what makes that possible, is the commitment of both sides to do this as gently and considerately as possible. And the main determinant in each step of the way has been what the people of the ACA and their bishops want. And the Archbishop and the people he's consulted with in devising this merger have taken the tack that to make this work, we as the receiving body should make their transition as easy as possible, and the details should be worked out to be what they want. That we are simply interested in, to the extent we can, I think the theological term is recapitulation, restore the situation prior to Deerfield Beach and make it possible for them to join with us in presenting a deeper and broader witness to traditional Anglicanism in this country. So, as you say, there's one diocese that we've all agreed to say for the moment, we haven't yet worked out the details of what's going to take place in the next 5 years, but we will do it. And in the other 2, they've said what they want, which is a transition period during which their parishes will transfer to our geographical diocese, and therefore those 2 dioceses were proposing to give them what they asked for. So that's the written part of the report before you. There will be a second unwritten part because of the pressure of time and events that have occurred since this was prepared. There wasn't time to get you a written report on that, but we'll discuss that after we take care of this business. So this is the point in the proceedings, I think, where it is appropriate for you to express your will as to these proposed canons written before you. And I would suggest you start with item A in the report, the renumbering in Canon 3.2, because that's pretty much just an administrative issue.
Just a question, which is, just for clarification, Canon Jermel of TMAS. So point of clarification is that you said that several of the dioceses have figured out how this merger is going to take place in their geographic area, and there's one or there 2 that have not figured this out.
If you look at page 3 of the report, section 3.2.21, the proposed edition, Anglican Diocese of the Eastern United States. And it says, those congregations that on the 1st of this month were part of the ACA's Diocese of the Eastern United States will become congregations of the Anglican Catholic Church as a diocese. It's a non-geographical diocese. But by December 31st, 2030, that diocese and its congregations will be received into and become congregations of the ACC diocese within which they're situated, the existing ACC diocese. The same thing is true of the last one, the Diocese of the Missouri Valley. It's the middle one, the Diocese of the West, which says simply, on or before December 31st, 2030, there will be some due canonical process where either, where the now ACA Diocese of the West will either become a geographical diocese of this church, which would mean it's nestled in next to DHT, or some other disposition of its congregations will be made.
Can we have some clarification? Is it possible to have some clarification as to the possibilities if it's one of the other options?
May I speak to that?
It would be good for all of us to have as much information as possible as to what the possibilities are, just for all of our sakes.
The various parties concerned might agree that it should continue as a non-geographical diocese. The various parties concerned might agree that part of the geographical diocese within which those congregations are situate should become a geographical diocese to be taken out of that diocese within which they are geographically situated. Or they might merge with some other contiguous diocese. So it's left deliberately vague, but there are a number of possibilities. You're welcome, Father.
And in connection with that, tripping over something here.
I'll take that, get it out of your way.
If I, to make an historical note, as I was joining this church in the fall of 1983, the church had just entered into an agreement with a small traditional group called the AEC something.
UECNA.
No, the AECNA. And under that agreement, you won't find any traces of it in our canons today, because the diocese, at that time, the dioceses of the AECNA were received as non-geographical dioceses, so they overlaid all of our existing ones, but it had I remember it was a 5-year timeline to complete the merger as appeared expedient as time developed. And it was envisioned at the end of 5 years, those congregations would have merged into the previously existing ACC diocese. That never actually happened that way, because by the end of 3 years, everybody on both sides was so happy with these things. All of the AECNA congregations had opted and had merged into the ACC diocese, and the remnants of the merger agreement disappeared. Therefore, the canons involved became obsolete and have been removed from our canons. And so you don't see any memory or trace of that in the canons as they exist today. It's just a matter of institutional memory, those of us who were around at the time. This is what happens when the Holy Spirit sticks his finger into a situation like this. We don't know precisely what will be the most expedient or desirable thing for the people in the Diocese of the West. Remember, they are situated between our Diocese of the Holy Trinity and our partner in communion, the ACC-ACA. But since the Holy Spirit has brought us this far, I think we can depend on Him to complete the process as is best and most expedient for each group of people on the ground, and at the moment it's most suitable for it to happen. And that's what we're stepping out in faith and trusting will happen. Well, do we have a motion to implement first item number A, the renumbering of existing canon, the Canon 3.2? Moved by Dr. Jack Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Ron Pearson. Is there any discussion of that? Hearing no discussion, can we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any dissenting? Thank you. Hearing none, we now have a new first part of Canon 3.2, which brings us to item B in the report, which is the addition to that newly numbered list of the 3 canons dealing with the 3 dioceses of the ACA. Do we have a motion? Moved by Father Brackett, seconded by Father Roddy. I'm sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing due to my early youth misspent in the police. I just...
Yeah, he wants to discuss it.
Yes.
Sorry, could you say your name, please?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
My name is Joel West. I'm webmaster for the DHT and also continuing forward. And I'm speaking as a lay elder on behalf of the diocese. As Archbishop Haverland told us, today marks a historic leap towards creating a unified national church. It's a dream, but not the reality of the 1978 Denver consecrations. However, while it is necessary to create a structure for a unified church, it is not sufficient. Such unity must be clearly communicated to existing members and, most importantly, prospective members. In the 21st century, this means an accurate and up-to-date presence on the internet. When it comes to finding a diocese or parish, that's where both the ACC and the ACA fall short. When it comes to dioceses, the ACC has a good start listing the boundaries of the 6 geographic U.S. dioceses. When the 4 ACA dioceses are added, I would suggest that these geographic dioceses be presented geographically, listing the states where they actually have parishes. And I'd be glad to provide a list of such dioceses and parishes. However, 3 of the 7 ICC dioceses do not have a web page. And at a minimum, every diocese needs at least a single page somewhere on the internet, listing the contact information for the parishes under its authority. And when it comes to parishes, we found since 2017 that it's really hard to keep an up-to-date list of parishes. However, one enterprising young ACC priest who is present here today has accepted the challenge by compiling the 2025 annual that you all have and posting the national map of the G3, soon to be G2 parishes, on the cathedral webpage for the Diocese of Missouri Valley. This web map needs to be on our ACC Provincial website, and I would also be glad to turn this into a series of state-by-state web pages and help keep that up to date. Finally, as our Metropolitan alluded to, the provincial website has only the 2015, not 2017, canons and statutes of the original province of the ACC. In the interest of good governance, I hope that the new canons will be promptly posted out to me at this time.
Let me respond to the
No.
basically.
That's all true and good. It's out of order.
All right.
It's not pertinent to this conversation.
All right. I would suggest that that be brought up when we're finished with this. There's much that's important in what you just said. So I think we ought to return to that. And I'll make a comment about the canons when we're finished with this part, because I'm the one at fault that they're out of date. All right. Any other discussion on the motion to add the 3 canons, sections of Canon 3.2 dealing with the ACA dioceses? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Now that brings us to the part that you don't have in front of you in writing because of developments since this report was drafted. And the first thing, therefore, since it's not in writing before you and it was not provided to you in the canonical advance time, is to ask your leave to lay before you some canonical legislation which deals with several of our parishes in South Africa. Now, the first thing we would need is a motion to, moved by Father DiMartino, that we take this matter up and waive the delay. Seconded by Father Weaver. All right. As you know, we now have...
We have to vote on that.
Oh, yes, we have. Thank you. I'm getting ahead of myself. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. At the 2020 Synod, we separated from the original province our then existing diocese in the Republic of South Africa and established a second province, the province of Southern Africa, often referred to as POSA, which with my defective hearing tends to get mixed up with Xhosa, which is the native language of most of the members of that province. There's something that shooting short-barreled .357 Magnums will do to your hearing in the days before we knew about hearing protection. So they have actually grown in number of dioceses since that time. And there are 7 dioceses, 6 of them within the Republic of South Africa, and 1 nearly adjacent to it, which is Bishop Kuta's Diocese of Tanzania, which, for reasons arising internally, the metropolitans of the 2 provinces, Archbishop Madung-Yelwa and Archbishop Haviland, and the bishops of the 2 provinces, have concluded it would be pastorally more expedient if 7 dioceses, some would be returning, but some of the new ones, were transferred, for the time being at least, from the province of South Africa to the original province. And to keep the matter as short as possible, well, as you all know, that it's obvious that people in different countries in Africa may have slightly different cultures and languages. Within South Africa, while most of the people we have are of the Xhosa tribe, that's actually a click sound, but I don't make it very well, Sa, spelled Xhosa in English, and therefore their native language is Sa. There are several streams of ecclesiastical history relating to the way those different peoples in different areas were evangelized, and under apartheid they tended to live church lives just like they lived all the rest of their lives, rather separated from the rest of the republic, and therefore there are cultural and historical traditions among the groups that would make it, for the time being, more comfortable for them to be attached to us rather than to POSA. And so, in the interests of pastoral expedience and enabling them to some space and time to work out their differences, it has been asked that we accept these 7 dioceses or the 6 dioceses in the Republic. And five?
And one is Zimbabwe.
Well, you have, oh yes, there are 2 actually that are outside the Republic. I'm sorry, Zimbabwe and Tanzania are outside, and then there are 5 that are within the Republic. So this essentially is a request arising from the people concerned and asking us to provide them with a church home for the time being. And it seems to me the Christian thing is to accede to the request, but the diocese concerned.
So I would suggest that as the Constitution and Canons Committee, you can make the motion. It doesn't need to be made and seconded, and I would simply make the motion, and then it can be discussed.
All right. So what we would be moving is we would be adding 7 sections to the canons of the original provinces, 1 section dealing with each of these dioceses. Each diocese would be named, and its geographical description would be the name and geographical description it now has as part of the province of South Africa. We would just be transporting text existing there to text within our canons. And we would be conferring on the Committee of Constitution and Canons editorial authority on behalf of the Synod to write those 7 descriptions and names into the canons and assign the appropriate numbers to them, which within Canon 3.2, which at this point would be 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 as the subsections. The dioceses and bishops concerned are the Diocese of Zimbabwe under Bishop Mandisvidza, the Diocese of St. Paul under Bishop Banzana, the Diocese of Christ the King under Bishop Makoma, the Diocese of the Vaal, that's a territory in the northern part of the Republic, under Bishop Casey, the Missionary Diocese of the Eastern Cape, which is the southeast corner of the Republic facing the Indian Ocean, under Bishop Ntomo, and the Diocese of Kumbu under Bishop I'm not sure how I'm going to say this, Bishop Makanda. And so you would be conferring on us the authority to generate that language, stick it into the canons, and give it the right numbers.
Discussion.
Any discussion?
The vote needs to be by orders because it's canonical legislation.
Good point. Yes, the Archbishop reminds me. The vote on this, since it is canonical legislation, should be by orders. So first we would need to hear from the order of bishops.
No, we always let the lady.
Oh, let the lady, that's right. Like the military, you ask the junior people to give their opinion first. All right, so the laity alone.
Please stand if in favor.
If you are in favor, please stand. And so the tellers can count you. And we need the assistance of the tellers to do the count.
are some people that are delegates that are sitting back there. They shouldn't be. They should be with their delegation, but Ron doesn't follow the rules. We now have 47 laity. Sorry, I meant to report that. Well, they apparently are more than 47 people standing up. Noah is not a delegate. But Jessica, I am standing. Yes.
The count of 49. The count of 49. Okay, ask them to sit and then negatives to stand.
Okay. Everybody please sit. And is there anybody against the motion? Are you? You're,
Do we have anybody opposed to the motion in the laity? Please stand. Okay, no opposition.
So the chair rules it a unanimous vote for.
All right, the chair has ruled we have in the order of the laity a unanimous vote. Now,
And we now have 43 clergy.
and we now have 43 clergy. In the order of the clergy, would all those in favor of the motion please rise? All right. In the order of the clergy, do we have, if you all would sit down, do we have any opposed?
I think they're still counting.
Well, my thought was that if we had nobody opposed, we could go by unanimity. Let's see if we can get away with the short form. Are there any clergy, I should have started that way, any clergy opposed to the motion? Please stand. All right, we have a unanimous vote in the order of the clergy. Let's do this the same way. In the order of bishops, would any bishop opposed to the motion please stand? Seeing none, would at least one of the bishops in favor of the motion stand? The Archbishop has done a symbolic stand. We have a unanimous vote in the order of the bishops. So the motion appears to have passed.
All right.
Now, that brings me to,
Is that yours?
that's yours. I didn't give me my own copy. I'll get it later from the secretary. That brings me to one other matter which was mentioned earlier, which is the state of the canons as they appear on the website. The last editorially corrected edition of the canons is that of 2017. I am the one responsible for that defect. Dr. Wiswall used to take care of updating the canons, and not only is he now departed from among us, but in the last year or two of his life, he became rather incapacitated and didn't do it. And I have to confess, my eye was not on the ball, and since I had depended on him for that, I didn't pick up the slack. Earlier this year, it was brought to my attention rather forcibly that we were behind, and Mrs. Weaver has very kindly provided me with the minutes and Constitution and Canons reports from the synods of 2020, 2023, and I will, by the end of this year at the latest, I hope it won't take that long, I will have completed the editing of the canons, and since we're now at this synod, through this synod, and you will by the end of the year, I promise you, have a updated and corrected set of canons. The principal sticking us point is over those years there have been these movements of dioceses in and out and changes of descriptions. All the other work of the synod has been fairly straightforward and can easily be dropped into the drafts of the canons, but the tracing the diocese and which counties or districts in a given country goes into what, that's really the slowest part of the work. But she's given me the material I need, and I apologize, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. So as my swan song, that will be my gift to you. And spare my successor the need of dealing with that deficit is his first order of business.
I think maybe Father Bruce is willing to help you with that, by the way.
He's made that.
And happy to cooperate with Joel to, at least with that aspect of the issues you raise. I am afraid that in order to fulfill all canonical righteousness, we have to take the first two votes by orders also, because they too are canonical legislation. But I think we have, since it was unanimous, we can do that very quickly. We'll take A and B in the report together. Are there any laymen opposed to the approval of parts A and B of the Constitution and Canons Committee report? If so, please stand. You may say if you are in favor and you are a layman. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Among the clergy, is anyone opposed to A or B in the report? Clergy in favor, please say aye. Aye. Bishops, any bishops opposed to Part A or to Part B, please say aye. Please say nay. Bishops in favor, please say aye. Aye. And the Metropolitan gives at this point his canonical assent and consent to those canons, which are thereby now in force and effect, allowing the reunion of the ACC and the ACA. The ACA has now approved unanimously this union, and therefore I believe we are now ready to take down the wall of division.
But,
all right.
But we can't be in here when they're doing it.
Okay.
We have to be gone.
Are we ready? What shall we do? Should we take a break? Or?
Well, they will need about a half hour to do
Okay.
it. So we
All
were
right.
planning on doing it at lunch.
Okay, they have more work to do, even though they've approved. So we'll take down the wall during lunch. I would like, if Bishop Haynes is in the room, to invite him to come say a few words. And by the way, it is the Anglican province of America, the Anglican Church in America. We'll get our prepositions right. If you'd like to come up here, Bishop, you'll be maybe a little more comfortable and people can see you. Bishop Haynes is in Wilmington, North Carolina, and he also is the APA's Bishop for Missions.
Good morning. It's a great honor for me to be here and to bring you greetings from the Anglican Province of America and from our presiding bishop, Bishop Chad Jones. He unfortunately could not be here, so I drew the short straw. Oh, just kidding. And to be the only holdouts on this wonderful occasion, as you, of course, come together with the ACA and we come down to the G2. So congratulations and God's praise to you all for the wonderful work, for Bishop Haviland and for all of the people that worked so hard to put this together. We want to say that we, of course, continue to be totally committed to this original agreement, and we will continue in all cases to work together as closely and as openly as we can in all situations, and so we remain committed to this. Our situation is a little more complicated, so it may take a little longer to resolve some of the differences. We're not quite there yet, so please be patient with us as we go forward. We have a more complicated situation globally and also a fairly complex situation in the United States. Our canons make it very difficult for us to do this. So we'd have to find another way, I think, to come together. So all that to say is that it's all in God's hands. We trust and pray for the Holy Spirit to continue to work with us. I know I have many friends here, not only from the United States, but across the globe. And I'm familiar with a number of the situations in the global in the global dynamic and things that are taking place. So we have a lot of work to do around the world between us and also the group. You know, we are in communion with the TAC, and we're in communion with other groups that you're not in communion with. So those are things that are more difficult, and we would not, I don't think, entertain the idea of severing those relationships in order to bring all of this together. So it's going to take some time to sort those things through. But we trust in God's grace, and we trust in the people, the principles that are working towards this, and we will continue to do whatever we can, and we will stand with you in all those situations. Moral, theological, and other challenges that come our way, of course, we're ready to stand there, and we're ready to be shoulder to shoulder with you as this continuum now becomes more of a united force. There are still others, small groups out there that we have to work with and try to encourage to come and become part of this broader group. They're not all easy to deal with, and several of us have histories that are going to take some time to overcome, but we trust and pray that, again, in God's good time, we will be able to do that. So congratulations, and thank you again for having me. And I am most thankful to Bishop Haviland for his kind invitation, and to all of you. And I'm a poor substitute for Bishop Chad Jones, but that's what you get when you have to come in and fill in for somebody else. He has an appointment in Wisconsin. He's on the board of the Nashotah House Board of Visitors, and this is his first year, and they have an in-person meeting at the same time. So he's there today. Was there yesterday and today for those meetings, so could not be here. So send his apologies. But we send you the greetings from all of our churches, all of our congregations, and all of our bishops, who aren't very many. We're 3 functional bishops in the APA and 1 retired bishop. So we're not a large house, but we operate a fairly large organization. So thank you again, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Next thing is the financials.
I'm looking for I was going to do ecumenical relations. Oh, here it is. I think we have time for the Ecumenical Relations report, which is out of order at this time, but it's about the right length, I think. And then the financials we can do together after lunch. This report is composed of two parts. First, a report on progress towards the unification of the four churches that made the Atlanta Concordat of 2017, the G4, and secondly, other ecumenical relations. First, then, progress within the G4. The most obvious fact about this Provincial Synod is that it brings, this is not in your packets, by the way, it brings the reunification of the Anglican Catholic Church and the Anglican Church in America. The original G4 became the G3 in 2021 when the Diocese of the Holy Cross, under the continuing leadership of their ordinary Bishop Paul Hewitt, joined the ACC as a constitutive diocese. This year, the G3 becomes the G2 as the Anglican Church in America joins the ACC by the adoption of our Constitution and canons and through the reception of their bishops and dioceses. The greatest failures of our movement, in my opinion, were two fractures that occurred after the Congress of St. Louis and the bestowal of the Anglican Catholic Episcopate in Denver in 1977 and 1978. The failure of the Denver bishops to maintain unity in the late 70s was the first fracture. The fracture of the ACC in Deerfield Beach in the very early 1990s deepened the division of the continuing church. Our failure to maintain unity opened the door to neo-Anglicanism because to many outsiders our instability made us implausible as they considered their options. The neo-Anglicans were and are wobbly on the ordination of women and on traditional Anglican liturgy, but they were the ones able to capitalize most on the progressive degeneration of the Canterbury Communion. We cannot know what might have been if we had not fractured in the 1980s and early 90s. All we can do now is to reverse as best we can that fracturing and to seek to persuade our neo-Anglican friends that their current course is theologically incoherent and practically doomed. The unification achieved this week is the most significant step to date in that essential process. I am often asked about the next step in that process, which might be the reunification of the ACC, as it will be after today, with the Anglican province of America. That is a task for the future, and the future is unknown. But from the beginning, we recognized that the completion of the G4 process would proceed at the pace of the slowest partner. The ACC remains in full communion with the APA and will do what we can to achieve organic union with the APA. The door is open, and we have great relations with the APA. Our other ecumenical relations, as I noted in the most recent number of the Trinitarian, our very important progress with the ACA is partially counterbalanced by the end of our relationship of full communion with the United Episcopal Church of North America. This change does not alter much on the ground, but both our reunification with the ACA and the end of our relationship with the UEC flow from the same fundamental fact. That fact is our doctrinal clarity, and particularly our commitment, both in our own formularies and in the 2017 Concordat that formed the G4, to the affirmation of St. Louis. We are only interested in an Anglicanism that is firmly rooted in the central tradition of the Church of the first millennium and in the living consensus of the great churches of the East and West. We happily affirm the insight of a recent pope who suggested that in the third millennium, the answer to the Christian divisions of the second millennium can be found in a return to the faith of the first millennium. That is affirmation Anglicanism. That is the faith of the ACC. It is also the faith of the APA, articulated most recently by Archbishop Jones at his diocesan synod in Greenville. That does not seem to be the faith of the UEC. Relations with the Anglican province of Christ the King remain correct, but there seems no interest in their Episcopal College as a whole for moving beyond the status quo. We remain in a state of communion with the APCK, as we do also with the Church of India under Archbishop John Augustine. We are and have for some years been willing to enter into full communion with the traditional Anglican communion. That willingness has been conveyed to the TAC, and the ball lies in the TAC's court for practical implementation. Within the Anglican Church in North America, the ordination of women continues without abatement. In fact, I'm told that within some ACNA dioceses, the bishops now are insisting on women clergy in parishes that have not had such heretofore. The more Catholic-minded dioceses, particularly the Diocese of Fort Worth, continue to kick the can down the road. Until such problems are resolved, we cannot do anything more than hope for an improvement. Regarding the Reformed Episcopal Church, the comments from my 2023 report remain adequate. And I would note also Archbishop Jones now clearly says the APA is not in communion with the REC, but is in communion with the REC pension fund. A formal dialogue between the G4 and the Polish National Catholic Church began in January 2019. The goal of this dialogue is to restore the full communion of Orthodox Anglicans with Old Catholics, a communion that was disrupted by the unilateral actions of the Episcopal Church in 1976, and then later by similar unilateral action by the Union of Utrecht. In addition to restoring the status quo ante, we also seek to achieve mutual accountability and secure more and stable doctrinal agreement. Unfortunately, this week coincides with the PNCC National Clergy Conference that occurs every 4 years. Our usual PNCC observers are not able to attend, but I will read greetings from the full PNCC College later. A new dialogue began last year when some of the G3 met for the first time with the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod at their international headquarters in St. Louis. The meeting was very cordial indeed. President Matt Harrison of the Synod attended every discussion and every social event during our 2 days together. Our next in-person meeting with the Missouri Synod will occur in March of 2026. The goal of this dialogue is to foster cooperative and friendly relations with an ecclesial body which shares with us many moral positions and a strong commitment to traditional Christian teaching. I might note that the Missouri Synod has, since the 1970s, been very generous in making their churches and buildings available to our new missions, and they explicitly said last year that that willingness continues. So if you have new missions, looking at the Missouri Synod is a good place to begin, and you can invoke this dialogue to reinforce any request. Respectfully submitted, Mark Haverland. So that's just a report. Any questions from it? Yes. I'm happy to do so. This occurred after I wrote my report. Bishop Johnson has good ties with Bishop Mel Williams of the Christian Episcopal Church, a group that is mainly in the Northwest and in British Columbia, and also an outpost in the Cayman Islands. He thinks their canons are quite similar to ours in many respects. And what the College of Bishops decided to do when we met yesterday was to have a formal report from the Validation of Holy Orders Committee of the Department of Ecumenical Relations concerning Christian Episcopal Church holy orders. And to that end, we've asked Bishop Johnson and Bishop Williams to prepare paperwork concerning that matter and just provide as much information as they can. And we can take that up at the College of Bishops meeting in October. We also have a dialogue with the Charismatic Episcopal Church. I think that's reached a kind of impasse. We really like them as people and think we share many things, as we do say with the Missouri Synod. The differences in styles of worship are startling to us, not to them. And we don't quite know where to go beyond having cordial relations, which are, of course, good. They would like a relationship of full communio and sacris, and we're not really minded to do that at this stage. So we've achieved some things through the dialogue, and I don't know at this point that we can achieve much more. Last time around, I mentioned the OCA dialogue, the proposed dialogue. The OCA, we believe, are the ones who, with the ball is now in their court, and Bishop Hewitt, I think, is going to send one more letter seeing if they're really interested in proceeding. The fact that they appointed their most anti-Western bishop as their head of dialogue with us was noted.
Thank you, Your Grace. I'm Ann Dewey from the Diocese of New Orleans, and I was wondering if you were comfortable in including your report in the next edition of the Trinitarian.
Sure, there's nothing said here that can't be published more widely. I am not, of course, the editor of the Trinitarian, but I know him, and maybe he'll do that. All right, thank you very much. I think maybe we're ready then to have an early break for lunch. Is that all right? So we're in recess until what time?
That's what time they told everybody.
1 o'clock.
Back
1 o'clock. Is it okay to leave stuff here? Yes.
Everyone, please remember you cannot bring food back into this room or into the convention center. I know it's a pain, but we will be charged $25 a person. No, the coffee that they provide is fine. It's extra food. It's like McDonald's.
I'd like the afternoon session to begin with Archbishop Garcia leading us in the Lord's Prayer, Hail Mary, and Gloria Patri in Spanish.
El Señor sea con vosotros. Padre nuestro, que estás en los cielos, santificado sea tu nombre. Venga tu reino, hágase tu voluntad, así en la tierra como en los cielos. El pan nuestro de cada día danos hoy, y perdónanos nuestras deudas, así como nosotros perdonamos a nuestros deudores, y no nos dejes caer en la tentación, mas líbranos del mal, porque tuyo es el reino, y el poder y la gloria, por siempre jamás. Amén. Dios te salve María, llena eres de gracia, el Señor es contigo, bendita tú eres entre todas las mujeres, y bendito es el fruto de tu vientre Jesús. Santa María, Madre de Dios, ruega por nosotros pecadores, ahora y en la hora de nuestra muerte. Amén. Gloria al Padre, y al Hijo, y al Espíritu Santo, como era en un principio, es ahora, y será siempre, por los siglos de los siglos. Amén.
Gracias, Monseñor. The agenda that we are following now was in everyone's pack, so it is headed with the ACC Shield, Original Province, Anglican Catholic Church, 26th Provincial Synod. We have done items 1 through 10. No, that is mistaken. We've done the minutes, old business. Yes, we did do 10. So we're ready for the financials. We're pausing a little bit to get the new Credentials Committee report because we've roughly doubled the size of the House. So that changes all of the numbers of delegates, lay, clerical, and episcopal, and also the number necessary for legislation, the majority, and then the 2/3 majority for the various houses. So there are a few things I would like to do while we're waiting for the Credentials Committee. First, I would like to thank all of the ACA bishops who initiated this event, this wonderful event, and who have made the process remarkably smooth and easy. And I would like particularly to thank Bishop Marsh, who for many years has been the ACA leader in the G4 dialogue and then the G3 dialogue, and has always been easy to work with and helpful and oriented towards this, the goal of unification. So thank you, Bishop Marsh. Archbishop Garcia in the last year and all of the college have been, as I said, very easy to work with and a great pleasure. So thank you very much. I've already made my ecumenical relations report, but did want to read a letter of greeting from the Office of the Prime Bishop of the Polish National Catholic Church. Dear Archbishop Haverland, clergy and faithful of the Anglican Catholic Church and the Anglican Church in America, praise be to Jesus Christ our Lord. Thank you for your gracious invitation to attend your ACC and ACA synods in Charleston, South Carolina in October of 2025. Unfortunately, during this same week, the Polish National Catholic Church will be holding its National Clergy Conference at Holy Mother of the Rosary Cathedral in Lancaster, New York, so we are unable to attend. This conference is held every 4 years in the PNCC, the year prior to our General Synod. Please extend our prayers and greetings to all gathered for a successful and productive synod. May Almighty God continue to bless and guide your efforts towards unity to come together as one church. We look forward to hearing the decisions of this important holy gathering, as well as to meeting in dialogue in the future months. Sincerely, the Most Reverend Anthony Makovsky, Prime Bishop, Bishop John Mack of the Buffalo-Pittsburgh Diocese, Paul Sobachowski of the Eastern Diocese, Bishop Bernard Nowicki, pastor of St. Stanislaus Cathedral, the Very Reverend Charles Zawistowski, administrator of the Western Diocese, and the Very Reverend Robert Nemkovich, Jr., PNCC Ecumenical Officer. Give that to you for the minutes. The next item in our regular agenda is the financial reports. I think Father Weaver is probably the one to present the reports, but he's also the head of the credentials. He's the reporter for the Credentials Committee. They're still working on it. The bursar is Joan DiMartino, who had a serious fall recently and is banged up. Father DiMartino took her to the hospital with her 2 black eyes and cut on her head. And when they said, "Are you safe at home?" and "What happened to you?" he said, "I kept very quiet." So Joan is not with us in person, although Father is. But Father Weaver did the audit of her report and understands it better than most people. So he will present the report, the financials, and also the proposed budget. And I think let's take the proposed budget with the financial reports. I think it is there right afterwards, so that we can deal with all the money matters at once. Yes, please.
The Credentials Committee met following the wonderful reunion of the Anglican Church in America and the Anglican Catholic Church, and presents the following as its report. The original province of the Anglican Catholic Church now has 16 full dioceses and 7 missionary dioceses or districts. If fully represented, there would be 29 Episcopal delegates, 197 lay delegates, and 197 clerical delegates. Of this number, a quorum is constituted 16 Episcopal delegates, 100 lay delegates, and 100 clerical delegates. With the exception of the dioceses of the Caribbean, the Archbishop has excluded all of the foreign dioceses and missionary dioceses from attending synod. The Archbishop has also excluded, with the exception of Bishop Garcia, all foreign bishops and the Right Reverend Stanley Lesarch from attending synod. According to Canon 8.2.01, excused bishops and their dioceses and delegates are removed from the numbers necessary for quorum. Therefore, the numbers necessary for quorum are 10 Episcopal delegates, 62 lay delegates, and 62 clerical delegates. That those lay, clerical, and Episcopal delegates present from the excused dioceses, missionary dioceses, and districts be granted seat, voice, and vote at this 26th Provincial Synod. There are currently 19 Episcopal delegates registered and checked in, 93 lay delegates, and 80 clerical delegates registered and checked in. The Credentials Committee asserts that there is a quorum present. Further, the Credentials Committee makes it
is a report of an official committee, so it does not require a second. Is there discussion? Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you.
The report and all motions therein being adopted, the number of delegates at the 26th Provincial Synod are 19 Episcopal delegates, 93 lay delegates, and 80 clerical delegates.
A majority then of the bishops present is 10. Of the laity, delegates present 47. Clerical delegates 41. And now we get into higher math. For a supermajority of 2/3, 2/3 of 18 would be 13. 2/3 of 93 would be, I don't know. 62? 62 plus 1. 63. Even I can do that math. And 2/3 of 80 would be 53. Okay, thank you. All right, Father Weaver, if you would change hats and walk us through the financial reports. We don't need to go through every line, but summarize anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, are they funny or together?
Yes. Well, you know, every little thing.
Oh, by the way, happy birthday to Father Hollister yesterday.
Yes.
And happy anniversary to the Weavers. And through the wall of partition, which has now been broken down, did I hear you all singing happy birthday to someone? No. All right. Hurrah!
Happy birthday. So with my other hat, I'm a government auditor, not that kind. Sorry. The good kind. So I know this is everybody's most exciting part of Synod, so I'll try to keep it quick. So we're looking at the document dated for the 12 months ended December 31st, 2024. And this is the document that I audited. So running quickly through it on page 1. The current assets as of December 31st, 2024, cash in the bank was just under $640,000. Marketable securities, Merrill Lynch, was just under $56,000 for the IBM. The core mod was just over $932,000 for a total of marketable securities unrestricted of just over $988,000. Under the other assets for the Merrill Lynch endowment restricted funds, we have Holyrood of just over $208,000, and the AAA restricted funds, which are Anglican Aid Abroad restricted funds, of just over $51,000 for a total of marketable securities restricted of just over $259,000 for a total assets of just less than $1.887 million. For liabilities and net assets, Our current liabilities accounts payable was just over $5,800. Current restricted gifts, the balance of restricted and other gifts, which we'll see a summary of later, is $680,000. Other liability restricted endowment funds, just under $50,000. The net assets from the prior year balance was just over $1,017,000. Investments appreciation unrestricted was just under $57,000. Investment appreciation restricted Holyrood AAA was just under $40,000. Investment increase prior endowment accrual transferred to Merrill Lynch was $14,000. Investment securities withdrawn to the bursar checking was a little over $14,000. In the current year, fund increase was a little over $13,000, or a little under $13,500. The total net assets there was about $1.15 million for a total liabilities and net assets equaling the net assets of $1.887 million. Turning to page 2. Here we'll see a summary of all the receipts and disbursements for 2024. Your middle column here was the approved budget. So you can see a net in how we did against the budget in the third column. For the receipts, the diocesan tithes was just under $59,000. Dividend and interest income was just under $32,000. Other income advanced from securities was $14,232, and if you saw on the other page, we saw that. That was the withdrawal to the bursar account. Miscellaneous income was $0. Pension contributions received and recognized was just under $25,500. And gifts and bequests coming from the Bishop Starks and Father Jennings estates was just over $38,000 for a total receipts of just under $168,500. Our expenses related to the College of Bishops. The College of Bishops line was just over $4,000. Provincial and synod travel was about $4,700, and provincial officer related expenses was $12,000 for a total College of Bishops expense of about $21,000, right about on budget there. Office of Metropolitan, office and travel came in well under budget, and I think the Archbishop was telling us that there was a gift that may have caused that to come well under budget there. And everything else came in on budget in that account, in those accounts there. Military prelate came in at $0. Internet and web development, nothing was spent. Trinitarian, the subsidy was $19,200 and nothing was spent under unemployment insurance. The pension expense was $25,460, which we saw under the assets there. General administrative bank charging fees was about $330. Taxes and licenses and fees was about $6,600. Investment fees of about $11,000, and total G&A came in just under $18,000. So for a total expenses of about $131,000, and for the year, we came in on the good side of about $37,500. page is our adopted budget. You can skip over that from the last synod. Under page 4 is a summary of the marketable securities. Just a summary of what we kind of saw on the first page. A detailed summary. So under the marketable securities, we can see the total dividends and interest for each of the unrestricted and restricted funds that we hold. Came in at a total of just under a total of $32,000. Contributions received related to the unrestricted IBM came in at $14,000. Then we see that transfer to the bursar account of a $14,000. The advisor fees that you can see related to each of the accounts overall was just over $11,000. The transfer in and out credits and everything across the line averaged out at $916. Total appreciation and value for 2014 or 2024 was just under $96,000. So over the year, our balance increased from $1.12 million to $1.247 million. A modest increase for that. Wait till you see. Flipping over to page 5. Am I going too fast or not fast enough? Yeah, I go fast. Okay. Schedule of restricted gifts. We have 2023 gifts. We have gift of $65,000. Hutchins gift of $500. The main gift here, I think, which we will see later, is the 2024 gifts from the Gerlach estate, which we will see on the next page, which were received. And then we will see in 2025 how they are recognized and approved. So those are the main two to really pay attention to on this page here. Flipping over to page 6. We'll go quick. Here we see the pension fund investments and contributions. These are the clergy pension fund. It's not a pension plan yet. So we started out at $2.7 million, made our contributions from 2023 and 2024, and we increased from value from 2.7 million to 3.1 million. Flipping to page 7. And this one is a repeat of all the numbers you have seen on other pages. The only new number you are seeing here really is the payroll taxes deposited and transferred to the IRS, the $11,935. The other numbers are really pulling from other pages that you've seen already. So that's all of that.
The ACC's primary mission funding is handled by the St. Paul Mission Society, much like the IAF in the ACC-ACA. The Missionary Society has a budget approved by Provincial Synod. It's a relatively modest budget, but large sums of money are given as pass-throughs by particular donors interested in particular projects. So we try to give at least the older dioceses in the Global South at least $500 a month for their bishops to give them a sort of floor level of support they can count on. More money goes to South Sudan because of specific donations designated. So we take the 500 and add a specific donation. And then more goes to Haiti simply because it was our first mission. And they got, when they were the only mission, they got a lot of money in the budget, and then we just didn't have the heart to cut them back. But that money, which is about, I don't know, 11,000 a month going out, is sometimes dwarfed by designated gifts. So if you look at the top line of that page, you'll have 5 years, a summary of revenues for those 5 years. Some years are much more than others because of designated gifts. The number for 2024 is highly inflated because the $602,000 that came from Dr. Gerlach's estate to the ACC was deposited into the endowment, into the St. Paul Missionary Society as the easiest way to deposit it, and then write checks to the ACC endowment. I think that went to the bursar, and then to the pension fund, clergy pension fund, which went to the pension fund managers. So that's roughly 600,000 of that, 602,000 of that 748,000 was a pass-through. You'll see the international missions to which funds go. We do have some funds in the bottom third of the page that I will explain. We have had at the end of 2024 more than $51,000 in the Bennett Fund. Dr. Bennett is the Jewish niece of an ACC priest. She inherited quite a bit of money from her aunt and uncle and felt that that should go to their church. So she is very supportive of our missions, and at the end of 2024, that substantial sum was still there. And that's fairly flexible. She has given me permission to spend that money where I think it can best be used, provided it's domestic. But she doesn't mind it being used, for instance, to help overseas bishops travel to meetings in the U.S., but she wants it used in the U.S. And then there was one other, the LED designated. This is a fund run by a family in the ACC who collect proposals for bishops in Africa to pay for their children's school fees. And they have a board that reviews requests, sometimes double checks requests, make sure they're on the up and up, and then distribute funds. And that, again, is a pass-through using the St. Paul Mission Society. And then the St. Hilda's Parish Fund, which is substantial, was a domestic mission effort. One parish in Atlanta, Georgia, was guaranteed $4,000 a month for a year to help jumpstart the revitalization of that parish. The other numbers refer to either line items from our budget or designated gifts for particular places. Any questions about the St. Paul Mission Society page? There'll be another thing for 2025, but at this point, just giving you a little more information than we might normally to explain some of these line items. Now, I think that the TAC, of course, had a mission arm, and we, I believe, have made sure that nobody's going to be left in the lurch. Either the TAC will continue to fund them, perhaps the IAF will continue with some, but I think basically the TAC is going to continue to support the missions that were being funded. Is that correct, bishops?
Yes, Bishop, if I just may
Please, Bishop Marsh.
For the previous TAC churches in Africa, India, and so forth are now going to be assumed by the ACCC in Canada. The IAF will continue to fund missions in Indonesia, for example, in the Dominican Republic, and also we are going to be adding domestic missions. So everything will be covered. It has already been taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, and then the final page is, front and back page is the Trinitarian. So the ACC has a bursar, John DiMartino, who is responsible for the main provincial budget. And then she has two deputy bursars, one for the St. Paul Mission Society and one for the Trinitarian. So we have a main bursar's report and then two subsidiary bursars' reports. So the second subsidiary report is the Trinitarian. This is very similar to past years and probably for the next couple years. It is to pay for the production of the Trinitarian newspaper, pay the editor thereof, and to give a small income to the circulation manager. And he includes fairly detailed notes about explaining increases in that. So I think a motion would be in order. I'm happy to answer any questions or have Father Weaver do so. If there are none, a motion would be in order to receive the yes, Mr. Pearson moves this. Bishop McLean seconds. And ACA folk, we're going to have to start referring to you. I think we'll call you green table people. I said to the ACC in my opening statement earlier in the morning, we believe in the church triumphant, the church expectant, and the church militant. We do not believe in the church clairvoyant. So if you address an issue, please identify yourself with your surname so that we can get it in the minutes accurately. And it's even more important on this side of the room because I know some of your clergy and all of your bishops, but I don't know that many of your laity. So help me out with names. All right, the motion is on the floor. Discussion. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to Father Weaver.
Now we are on the report for the 8 months ended August 31st, 2025. We'll try to go quicker this time, unless you really want me to go slower. So we'll start on page 1 with the assets. We'll go just with the total lines here. So our current assets, the total cash in the bank is just under $21,500. The total marketable securities unrestricted is $1,375,000. The total marketable securities restricted is just under $281,000 for a total assets of $1,677,000. Current liabilities accounts payable is just over $5,700. Current restricted gifts, balance of restricted and other gifts is just under $78,000. Restricted endowment funds is just under $50,000. And then the net assets, the sum of all of the net assets and appreciations and the investments of the Gerlach estates and all of those numbers, the total net assets there is $1,544,000 for a total liability and net assets of $1,677,000. Looking over to our summary of receipts and disbursements. And I'm just going to go with totals here unless you want me to read all the numbers. We'll go quicker. I'll just point out a few things. Total receipts was just over $85,000. Total, it's under expenses, the College of Bishops expenses were just over $12,500. And again, these are numbers are, for just about 2/3 of the year here. Office of the Metropolitan is just under $38,000. You'll notice that one of the line items for the Metropolitan is over budget, but he's all paid up for the year, so that'll equal out as the year goes on. As we go through, military prelates at $500, nothing spent for the internet development. Total Trinitarian at just under $13,000. Total pension is just under $18,000. Total general and administrative of $13,000. So our total expenses for the year so far is just over $94,500. And for the year to date, we are just under a net decrease of about $9,100, $9,200 for the year to date. So flipping to page 4. So we have the summary of the marketable security transactions. So here you can see total dividend and interests of a little over under $18,500. We now have the Gerlach estate and the endowment and pension of the $602,000. It transfers to the pension of $306,000. The advisor fees of just over $7,400, or just under $7,400. Transfers in and out of about just under $600 total. And total appreciation for the year so far just over $101,000. So our investments have gone from $1.24 million to $1.65 million. So far, so good. Flipping to page 5. And here's where I was telling you to pay attention to the Gerlach Estate Fund. At the bottom, here's where we can see that the Gerlach estate monies were now recognized and transferred. And now the total gift at the end of the year is 0 in both cases. Looking to page 6. And here we'll see the result of one of those. For the pension fund, we start the year at $3.1 million, and we have 2 contributions of about $15,000, and then the contribution from the Gerlach estate of about $306,000, minus our advisor fees plus our appreciation, and the pension fund has now increased to $3.7 million. And then over to page 7, which was much like that last page from the last time. You've seen these numbers, 2 of these numbers from the other page. The only new number again is the payroll taxes deposited and transferred to the IRS of $7,600.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
These numbers are much bigger than our personal budget, so I probably don't understand that. The advice that we paid for 2025 is $21,000. Is that what normal fee is?
At the Administrative Council on Monday, the Investment Advisory Committee, and we hope we'll get 1 or 2 people from the green tables on that and other bodies of the ACC fairly soon. Their advice was the management fees and the advisor fees were extremely good, about as low as they could possibly be, and that the results have been quite good. Of course, the market's been quite good, but that nonetheless we've been doing very well, both in terms of the fees and the results. If you'd like more information, Mr. Pearson, Ron Pearson, Jack Lloyd, Dr. Lloyd, could provide you details, and would be happy to do so. Okay? But that question usually comes up, so we ask it of ourselves. And I told them at the meeting that someone would ask that question. I perceive, sir, you are a prophet. Other questions?
And you say you're not clairvoyant.
I'm not what?
You're not clairvoyant.
Oh, clairvoyant. No. Well. All right. So St. Paul Mission Society then, the numbers for receipts, although it's of course a partial 8-month rather than 12-month, are down because we don't have the $600,000 from the Gerlach estate. Let's see. Congo 1 is often one of our biggest numbers. The bishop there, Bishop Stephen Ayule Malenge, is a brilliant fundraiser. He's got a small diocese, but he raises a lot of money. I think maybe we should bring him here and put him in charge of fundraising. He doesn't mind asking, and he often gets. Many of the other places, such as Kenya, are one or two individuals or families are very interested and make major gifts, and that helps those figures. We have, in addition to the Bennett money that I explained, of which at the moment we have about $25,000 left, we have a $20,000 Gettings fund. Ann Gettings was from New England. This is her required minimum distribution from an IRA, and she designated for the mission fund to be spent as needed. That is designated money in addition to the budgeted money, so that figure is going to be more than $24,000 at the end of the year, reflecting designated gifts. And then again, there's a proposed budget. We'll come back to that. It's a Trinitarian. We don't have a Trinitarian report because I believe the 2024 report included. Did it include the year-to-date?
No.
No. He just reports for 2 years at a time. But he reports annually in the Trinitarian itself. So if you want that information, it is published. It is in there somewhere? Okay. We were looking at 2025. Okay. All right. So a motion would be in order to approve the financial reports. Did we already vote on 2024? Yes. Approve the year-to-date reports for 2025.
Second.
Did you know it?
And Jerry Griffey and my father, Michael Weaver.
All right. Discussion? Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right. Just get back to our agenda. So that brings us to the proposed budget, or budgets, for the three entities, the province, the Mission Society, and the Trinitarian. I am an interested party, so I should vacate the chair.
Do you want me to do it?
Please do.
So the proposed budget for 26-27 was based on conversations that I had with the provincial bursar, the bursar from the ACA. I don't know if she's in the room, but she and I talked, and also Archbishop Haverman talked the budget over with the ACA bishops before, so that we could prepare this. So this budget was based on all of that input. So that's where we're getting the numbers. So you can see for the income, we have diocesan tithes of $85,000. We are including dividend and interest income, and then advance from securities. And then we have some miscellaneous income, which is various gifts, things, extra tithes that might be sent in. It's classified as that. And then anticipated gifts and bequests. So for 2026, we come up with $147,600. 2027 numbers represent a 3% increase. And before anybody starts getting out their calculator and making sure that it is 3%, some of the numbers are not quite 3 to make the numbers balance. So you are going to find there's a couple that may be 2.95 or 2.7 if you're going to do that, but it was roughly 3%, hoping that we would grow. So the College of Bishops number, you can see, and the provincial and synod travel was increased because we have a larger college and more travel. Provincial officers. The provincial officers are the provincial bursar, who is Joan DiMartino, and Canon Foggen, who is the Metropolitan's administrative assistant. So those are the numbers for their salaries. Under the Office of Metropolitan, we increased his travel only slightly. Archbishop Haverland did receive a stipend increase. He has not received one in many years, so that's what that increase is for. His assistant in Athens, Miss Helly Dunn, also received an increase, and we increased the Metropolitan's retirement. The benevolent fund for the Archbishop is basically it's a benevolence fund that he uses to help those that he feels could benefit from that. The military prelate just has a base number, and this number is based on the fact that our military ordinariate believes that they should be funding themselves. So that's why the ACC does not have a bigger line item for that. We did increase slightly the internet and web development number, and as it was mentioned in the ACC Synod this morning, there is work that needs to be done on the website. We are aware, and of course there will be need to make changes based on this wonderful reunification. So that's why that number is that. The Trinitarian subsidy number is a plug from what is behind the front page, which shows the Trinitarian proposed budget. So that's where that number came from. And then under general and administrative, the bank charges taxes and fees, the investment fees, and gifts. And gifts are things like honorariums, right? Or that's how you use that gift line, right? So that's how we get to the 147.6, and then 2027 is basically a 3% increase. And then if you look on the other side, do you want to do them one at a time, or do you want to do all of them? Okay. So does anybody have any questions about that, that budget? Do I have a motion to adopt the budget? Susan, Jackie Kylander, can you write that? Jackie Kylander, move. Second. And Jane Baer, second. All in favor? All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Okay, so if you flip the page, we have the St. Paul Mission Society proposed budget. And this got printed before the Administrative Council and the bishops met. So we need to remove everything from South Africa, Diocese of the West and below, and then just put South Africa / other. So instead of all those individual dioceses, we're going to put South Africa / other, but all the numbers remain the same and the bottom line remains the same. Capture that? Correct. Okay. Anyone have any questions on that?
That's just 3,000, right?
Yeah, so it's just 3,000, yes, for South Africa / other, but then all of those other diocese names are just removed, and it's just combined into one. So the bottom line is the 112,200. Do I have a motion for that? Okay. Father Jermel?
Second.
And Jane Bear, second. All in favor? All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so the next page is the Trinitarian budget. And they actually have, there's 2 pages, one for 26 and one for 27. Paul Holmes, who is the business editor of the Trinitarian, or business manager, has written his rationale for why he has proposed the numbers that he has proposed. The business manager has now received a salary increase for a while, and the editor's salary did not change. But as you can see, there is a projected loss, but he is not proposing any increase in subscriptions or anything. Does anybody have any questions? I might not be able to answer those, but is our editor just left? It was great timing, yes. Yes, sir.
It's not exactly on the agenda. Is there a way we can have an update or some kind of discussion about the online subscription versus the print subscription? Because I think there's some things there that, it would be good for everybody to be aware of as the options and what the...
Father Bruce is going to be doing a Trinitarian report a little bit later so we can make sure that he discusses that.
The business section, maybe, in mind.
Is that a thing? Let me say that. Okay. Anything else? Can I have a motion to adopt the proposed Trinitarian budget? Troy Brackett. And a second, Ron Pearson. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Spell their names wrong. You'll figure it out. You can read with your email, sorry.
We now come to item 13 in the agenda. The report under C for the Department of Ecumenical Relations, I read earlier. We needed to fill up some time in the morning meeting, so that has already been read. I think the editor said he would run it in the Trinitarian. I have no separate report on the state of the church. I think my charge to the synod, which has already been given, and the secretary's report, which will have some statistics on the state of the church, will cover that. Father Foggin has prepared a report on the College of Bishops. He is the clerk of the college. Is that in the packets? Or?
No, because
Grace, my Lords Bishop, Reverend Fathers, ladies and gentlemen, since the last Provincial Synod, meetings of the College of Bishops of the Anglican Catholic Church Original Province were held on Thursday, October 11th, 2024 at St. Albans Parish, Richmond, Virginia, and on Tuesday, October 15th, 2025 at the Embassy Suites Hotel, Charleston, South Carolina. The 2024 meeting was held both in person and online. Reports were received from the various geographic areas where the ACC is present. The Archbishop gave an account of his visitation to Tanzania, where he attended Bishop Kuta's enthronement and visited more than a dozen parishes. He noted that it might be possible to form a province in Tanzania in the next 5 to 10 years. The college also heard reports from Bishops Camillo and Rosales about the church in the Philippines and discussed the prospect of a seminary. The Archbishop also reported on ecumenical discussions with the Polish National Catholic Church, PNCC, and the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, LCMS, and other G3 churches. At the 2025 meeting, the college approved the provincial budget and canonical legislation, particularly amendments to the provincial canons that would allow for reception of dioceses from the Anglican Church in America. Bishops from the Philippines and South Africa revisited the question of the seminary and approved a plan, and the college approved a plan to allow dioceses to enter into the original province. The college also approved a proposal to extend aid from the St. Paul Mission Society for the purpose of church planting or rejuvenation of a parish in the U.S. The Archbishop gave updates on ecumenical relations, focusing primarily on PNCC and LCMS, and appointed a member of the college to investigate a request for communion in Cyprus made by members of the Christian Episcopal Church. Minutes were taken and will be distributed to the bishops, the provincial secretary, and pending approval to other interested parties. Newsworthy items will be brought to the attention of the Trinitarian and will be publicized there. Respectfully submitted, the Reverend Canon John Farley.
Any questions? Bishop Leroux, would you report on the military ordinariate?
Good afternoon, everyone. All of you should have just a basic report in your packet. It's called the Original Province of the Anglican Catholic Church, the report of the military department. I'm not sure if my executive assistant is here, Joseph Alexander. He is we have a little table out here, and please do stop by and pick up a little card. It's a yellow card, and you'll notice that you have an opportunity to make a donation. So as you notice on the budget, that we only have a line item in here just for a space. We've never taken any funds from the province to support in any way whatsoever the ordinariate for our chaplains. So, and we've done pretty well. We've been able to survive for a number of years without having to do that. Because people give contributions, chaplains send in funds to help us along, as well as many folks throughout our various parishes. With that said, I just want to show our strength right now is 11. We have 5 Army, 3 Navy, we have 2 in the Air Force, and we have 1 Civil Air Patrol. I'm not sure if Chaplain Powers is in here. Is he in? Someplace there, he's way over there. He is 74 years old. He is in the Civil Air Patrol. Any other chaplains in here? I'm not sure. Tell me your name. What's your name? You're a Civil Air Patrol as well. All right. Well, didn't know that one. So, but I wanted to let you know about the Civil Air Patrol. There is no age limit on the Civil Air Patrol. So anybody, any of our priests can be in the Civil Air Patrol and don uniform. We provide the endorsement to the U.S. Air Force for them to serve in the Civil Air Patrol. So don't be shy. However, if you picked an With the merger of the ACA and the ACC, we are also picking up a few more chaplains. I think they have 3 that are coming in with us.
We have a Japanese people group who serve in Puerto Rico.
Okay, let me make a little clarity. Under our canons, I'm only allowed to do endorsements for U.S. citizens or U.S.-based chaplains. If a service in Puerto Rico has an army, or if they have a navy, or whatever, then it would be the military ordinary.
Bishop, Puerto Rico is a U.S.
That is true. If that's true, that's correct. What was I? Maybe we never had it. So, where are you serving? And you have been endorsed with the ACA? Okay. But then we need to bring them on over. So that's any other words in Puerto Rico? 11. So we have some work ahead of us. They're not all in Puerto Rico, are they? All right, so that's going to make my job really busy. So nevertheless, I have an executive assistant that will help us, and we can get with the various chief chaplains to try to make that happen. 11, it's incredible. So anyways, that's all I'm going to say about how many we have. Also, we are members of the National Conference on Ministry to the Armed Forces. The ACC are members of them. That's probably costs about $1,000 a year, $600–700 to be members, and then I attend the annual conference usually in January with that, and I placed in here the various topics that we discuss at the National Conference on Ministry. As you note at the bottom of the document, you'll see we started out with a balance of last year of $6,863.80, and we also have now in there $5,537 as of the end of August. So, and I think our fair share contribution for the NACMAT is $875. That will change next year if we add 11 chaplains. That will go up quite a bit. So just prepare yourself for next year with this budget as well. And that's all I have. Humble apologies to Puerto Rico for not doing what you were saying.
Thank you.
I didn't get a copy of the ordinariate report or several of the reports.
I wrote all of them down, I put it to.
I have given the report on the Department of Ecumenical Relations, which largely discussed the G3 progress, the progress in this development today, and relations with the PNCC and the Missouri Synod. So I will not subject half the room to repeating that. The report on the patrimony of the Metropolitan is in your packets, I believe. The patrimony of the Metropolitan is in 2 divisions. One is congregations or ACC people who are in places that are not yet organized as dioceses. So it's the holding pattern. And then occasionally there are congregations in conflict with their bishop ordinary, and if the Metropolitan, after trying to resolve the conflict, is unable to help resolve it, he may take the congregation into the patrimony out of the ordinary, bishop ordinary's jurisdiction for a time. He can be reversed by the College of Bishops,
and I am loath to do that now. It's been done in the past, and all of the parishes that were in the patrimony were returned to their parent diocese. So in future cases, I would be very skeptical about a request of that sort. All right. So the report on scouting is not in the packets. The report on scouting.
Yeah, yes, it is.
It is in the packets. Barry Lewis, Father Lewis, has headed up that for us. There are ACC awards for the Boy Scouts. And his report covers that. There are also parishes now in the ACC with trail life scouting, and that is a more explicitly Christian effort. And if you're interested in that, we can direct you to people who might be able to provide more information about that. So I will not read Father Lewis's report, but encourage you to review it. The report on consecrations in the ACC since our last synod is in your packs also. Okay. That's from Father Foggin, summarizing again activities of the College of Bishops. There is a report from the Historiographer. Father Kester, Canon Kester. Father Canon Kester has resigned as historiographer as of this synod, and I don't yet have a replacement, but I do have a possible replacement identified who is quite knowledgeable about archival and historical material. So I will, in due course, ask the Synod to give me authority to appoint with the advice and consent of the College of Bishops after I've secured agreement from the person in question. Father Bruce, are you ready to give a Trinitarian report? I didn't ask if you wanted to, just if you were ready.
either subscribing directly or the diocese is subscribing on their behalf, or the parish can subscribe on their behalf. So my plea is just to help support the Trinitarian at the diocesan and parochial level, to tell your people about the Trinitarian, to share it, and to share your news, your official news, your episcopal and pastoral acts in the parish and in your diocese, as well as what's going on there. Because even though we're not primarily just kind of a what's happening out there type of newspaper, we do want to cover that because that helps build the community that's so important to us going forward and creating that sort of thing. So thank you very much for your support of the Trinitarian, and I look forward to continuing to edit it for as long as the College of Bishops allows me to do so.
Don't go away. Canon Caramel had a question about digital print subscriptions, how they relate, and I'll let you ask the question.
Not to steal your thunder from the new and improved presentation, new and improved College of Bishops, but can you elaborate more on the digital versus print and the cost of one versus the other and things of that nature?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Let me look at the answer to your question. So Paul Holmes is the business manager of the Trinitarian, and I just love to tell people that I have absolutely nothing to do with the money side of it, or the ads for that matter. So I'm just for the content. Right now, a subscription to the Trinitarian, I know, a legacy subscription costs $27. This is the sort of thing one should know when one makes a report about the newspaper. I can't remember if that's the price for just the print edition or if that's print and digital, but I can certainly let you know that. It has not gone up a lot recently. We managed to keep our costs relatively stable despite the fact that the cost of printing, postage, and production have all increased substantially over the last 5 years. Right now, the digital subscription to the Trinitarian means that you get a PDF copy of it. I subscribe to a lot of online news, and I would not be really happy if I paid for some online subscription and I got a PDF in my inbox. I want to see something more interactive, something with a lot more content. And so I don't have a specific answer yet. I haven't priced those solutions yet, but because I wanted to wait until after the College of Bishops assumes its new form, and I want to make a pitch to them about it since it's their official organ. But I do plan, if we're able to create a digital subscription that is much more robust than you getting a PDF in your inbox.
And the other difficulty with that, sir, is of course, if somebody's not subscribing, it's a good thing, is I can forward that email to all sorts of
Sure.
people.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing, but it's also possibly not a good thing in that, digital subscription is not necessarily as, I could be wrong, as accessible.
Yeah.
And pass-onable as something else. So,
Right.
if you had a password, you had to get in, only one person could view it, or something like that. I don't know, but
Yeah.
there do seem to be some aspects of this that are not everything they could be in terms of that, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we can't right now. We can't mail the Trinitarian to Africa. We can't mail the Trinitarian to the Philippines. The cost was just prohibitive. By the time they receive, look, I don't know what's happened to the U.S. Postal Service. I sent a letter to my sister from Georgia to Arkansas, and it took 2.5 months for her to receive it. So, I don't know what's going on. We can't even get stuff mailed around the U.S. very well, let alone from those locations out there. But I want those people in those jurisdictions and those geographical areas to have a much more robust experience of the Trinitarian than just opening their PDF and looking at it on their phone or whatever. So that's what I hope to do.
Go ahead.
So it appears to me that there is no link from the ACC website to the Trinitarian on the website itself, and I know that there is a budget increase, at least I haven't for the website. Is there plans to maybe integrate that more or PDFs, or did I miss something?
Ken Feigeland just talked about planning a conversation to talk about all of the specific issues with the Trinitarian and the Provincial website. Yes, so we're aware of those things and we want to fix those things.
There isn't a link to subscribe to the Trinitarian on the website?
There is.
Oh, there is. Is It's not easy to find.
Yeah, it's almost the same. Although we talked about making that more prominent, and I see it's going to be more prominent.
We're selecting for tech adept and intelligent people, maybe. So Joel West and Father Foggin and Father Bruce and maybe one or two other people. I think you should include Mr. West in that because he's got good questions and challenging ideas. Other questions?
Father Bruce, I think one of the things that should be pointed out is that Mr. Holmes does encourage people to send contributions to the too. Yeah. Because if it wasn't for the contributions come in addition to the subscription price, it wouldn't exist.
That's right. The comment was that Paul Holmes does a really good job of soliciting donations above and beyond subscription price. So we have subscribers who, even though their subscription costs $27, some $50 or $100 or whatever, we try and publish, the folks who are the names of the folks who are substantial.
He also gives you credit for it in the return if you want.
Yeah, so we try to put that in there. It's called the Angels list.
It's at different levels.
So, yeah.
So it doesn't have to be just $50, it could be $300 or $400.
Yeah, Paul Holmes, the business manager, does a lot of work to keep the Trinitarian afloat and to ensure that people get credit for what they did. Thank you.
That two paragraphs about consecrations signed by Father Foggin was in fact his registrar's report. So we've already done that. The historiographer, I already mentioned his report. So that leaves the Chancellor. So Canon Hollister, through the end of this synod, is the ACC's Chancellor, and ask him to make his report.
Thank you, Your Grace. For those of you who started on the morning on the epistle side, you already know who I am, and you've seen me far too many times over 3 decades. For our new brothers and sisters on the gospel side, I'm Father John Hollister. For 3 decades, I've been the Provincial Chancellor, which is essentially the corporation's in-house counsel. As the Archbishop mentioned, at the end of tomorrow afternoon, when he announces the appointments for the next biennium, he will appoint my successor, although I'm going to sneak back in through the side door because my diocesan bishop has told me that as soon as I am no longer Provincial Chancellor and am therefore eligible for him to appoint the diocesan chancellor, he's going to do that. And under our canons, all the diocesan chancellors are ex officio deputy provincial chancellors. So I've already told my successor-elect that I would be available to him for anything he needed. And I've already mentioned in my earlier report on the Constitution canons, I'm delinquent and will promise to catch up on editing the canons to bring them up to date. Also, if he wishes, one of the major functions of the Chancellor is to maintain the integrity of the Church's service marks. A service mark is like a trademark. The only difference is a trademark goes on physical goods for sale. A service mark goes on services offered to the public. So factories have trademarks, banks, insurance companies have service marks. They work the same way. And your exclusive intellectual property in either a trademark or a service mark only lasts as long as you act forcibly and continuously to assert your unique priority in that name or mark in the market. So whenever somebody appears, as they do rather frequently, there's something about the name Anglican Catholic that people who are not Anglican Catholics like, we have to jump on them and inform them, depending on the circumstances, more or less politely, that this is a federally registered service mark, they are committing a violation of intellectual property, and would they please cease and desist. I had to do this as most recently a couple of weeks ago. A gentleman in California who, by our standards, we would call an Episcopus Vagans, who lives in California but operates primarily in South America, put at the top of a mailing he sent out to everybody in the world who had the name Anglican and anything attached to them, inviting them to the installation of his successor as primate of the world. And it said something about something Anglican Catholic for his organization. So I had to write him and suggest to him this was not productive. But if your new chancellor wishes, I will continue to send those hate letters, because I kind of got it down to a form. There are two more things that the chancellor routinely does. The more important of those functions probably is to be available to any person, parish, bishop, agency, office within the church to discuss, and it's usually a consultation and conversation about either what it seems to be or seems not to be prudent under our canons, which are basically our corporate bylaws, but also similar questions in secular law. Parishes and dioceses and so on are all, being civil corporations, they do have legal issues that come up, often things like somebody's offering to give us XYZ, what's the feasible mechanism by which we can receive that gift? I mean, it can be all kinds of stuff. But that's part of the bread and butter day-to-day work. The third thing, or the fourth thing, unfortunately is not terribly common, is, of course, occasionally the church either gets involved in or has an interest in litigation. Unfortunately, within the last year, we have had 2 cases of parishes that have departed or tried to depart from the church. Rather different outcome in each case, and I'll discuss that in a minute. But our Constitution does guarantee a parish the right, under unspecified circumstances, to withdraw from the church. And this is the heritage of what was done to our people when they originally, in 78, withdrew from the Episcopal Church and were stripped of their property and assets. So we made it a constitutional principle that people can leave with their property. But that provision in the provincial or church canons and constitution does not specify how that is to be accomplished. And as far as I know, the only that greater specificity has been given to that is in my diocese, the Diocese of New Orleans. We have a diocesan canon that lays out a step-by-step procedure if a parish wishes to bring up this issue and vote on it, what they have to do step by step to bring that to a parish meeting. And one of the things is they have to notify the bishop in advance. The bishop has to have the opportunity to not only attend that meeting, but to actually preside at it. And it provides for a supermajority vote to approve such a proposal. In my view, for a parish to leave the church is approximately like the dissolution of a marriage. It's something that should not be lightly and frivolously undertaken whenever somebody's just in the heat of anger. So in our DNO canon, which I'll be happy to provide anybody who's interested in looking at it, it requires a 75% majority, but that is not a majority of the people who happen to attend a meeting on the subject. It is 75% of the eligible voters in the parish. Now, the reason for that is people in a parish typically are there for a long time. They get to know the other members of the parish well. If they're friendly, they've exchanged family and community concerns, and it's sometimes very difficult for people in a parish who may have a strong convicted opinion on an issue like this, but to look their neighbors and friends in the eye and say, I can't stand with you on this issue. So to avoid bullying and trying to force people into voting with the powerful folks in a parish, this provision, what it works down to in practice is somebody can cast a negative vote by simply staying away from the meeting and thus avoiding any conflict on the issue. That canon has only been in play once, which is in one of our two current cases, the case of St. David of Wales Parish in Mayhew, Mississippi. And as a result, although the litigation is not quite finished because the judge is waiting for the submission of post-trial memoranda, basically we're going to win that. We're going to get the land, the building, and the parish funds. We have a different result at St. Paul's in Grand Rapids, Michigan, because the Diocese of the Midwest didn't have any such canon, and I don't think the parish had a specific canon on it, so it was basically a majority, just a simple majority vote. And that, having had some personal experience of St. Paul's over the years, I can tell you that's one of these kind of unhealthy situations where a small group of people think they control the parish, and this is particularly where protections for the dissenters would be desirable, because these people got, even though all the people who had contributed to one of the parish funds were among the group that stayed loyal to the ACC, the people who were leaving the ACC took all the money, including the funds they hadn't contributed to, things like that. So I'm just letting you know there is a draft of such a provision if any of your dioceses feel inclined to consider adopting it. The other matter I mentioned in previous synods, we all know that our brothers and sisters in the Roman Church for a number of decades have been suffering considerable turmoil and problems because of clumsy handling of clergy misconduct cases. And from a balancing of the equities perspective, it's probably somewhat fair that people who tried to conceal wrongdoing then had to pay for the results of the concealment. You know, the old thing about it's not the crime that kills you, it's the cover-up. But unfortunately, like in New Orleans, where I live, the Archdiocese is struggling with the outcome of many of these cases, where the people currently running the diocese and the people currently contributing to it had nothing to do with the creation of the problem, and the Archdiocese has been teetering on the edge of bankruptcy as a result. So that in some way, that doesn't seem fair. But the way this affects us is that since the Roman Catholics are not only many times larger than we are, but they share a similar form of organization. Essentially, they set the legal gold standard for how civil suits over this kind of issue will be handled. And that means, while we have been very fortunate up to this time that we have never had a major problem along these lines, statistically, it's only a matter of time until it lands in our lap. And the two times during my tenure as Chancellor where we have come close to something like this, both cases involved things that happened before a man joined our church, but people were still calling on us for as a potential resource for paying that liability. And in the most egregious one, with the passage of time and the loss of records and things, the only way we scraped out the skin of our teeth was because Bishop Hewitt although he had not yet then joined us formally, was the only person who had information about what had actually happened and was able to feed me enough that I could write a response letter to a lawyer who is the guy that got $25 million from the Roman Catholics over the mess in Boston, over that John K. Hagan case, who had responsible for several hundred cases of abuse. And we were able to convince this lawyer, who had gotten the biggest judgment in history against the Roman Church, that there was no money in our church to go after, number one, and number two, we couldn't have responsibility for something that a guy did when he was not a member of our church and he was only with us for 6 months. But again, this is something that's going to occur in the future. And our defense against that kind of problem has to be laid now. Once something's happened and we're called to account, it's too late. Lawyers are often in the unhappy position of telling clients, you have very expensive problems, and I can only go into court and represent you on the facts that are already in existence. You don't get to create new facts on the eve of going to court. In fact, you won't go to court in those cases, you'll go to prison. So the first defense is constant and rigorous background checks of everybody we ordain, everybody we receive in orders, everybody we transfer from one diocese to another. That we have to have a paper trail of rigorous background checks. Because one of the things that will happen when one of these cases arises, we will be questioned in court, what are your procedures for vetting people? And if they are, number one, not thorough, and number two, are not followed in every single case, the plaintiff's lawyer will be saying, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, see how reckless and careless these people are. They're subjecting their children to these predatory people. They're heartless. You should suppress this horrible conduct with a huge judgment. Every single person who is actually not just clergy, but church officers and parish workers, and in every case we have to have rigorous background checks. One of the simplest ways to do that is have people register as substitute teachers. They don't have to actually go into work as a substitute teacher, but that will guarantee a fingerprint check and a background clearance for anything involving children. If we do that, we'll be in a much better position to withstand any such thing when it comes up in the future. The second thing we have to do is any time something comes to the attention of the diocesan bishop or the bishops as a whole that could be equivocal, we have to make a report to the civil authorities. Now, oddly, in one case, we had the authorities in that city didn't want us to make a report to them. It turned out nobody could be sure that anything wrong had happened. It was a very fuzzy and strange situation. But to keep us clear, we had to make a report, and they didn't want to take it. We had to insist so that nobody could ever accuse us of preempting the public authorities' role, and our making the decision that they can't investigate it. That's part of what got the Romans in trouble. If they decide not to investigate it after we've reported it, that's their problem. We're off the hook. So diligence in those areas will keep us relatively safe for the future. And so everybody in the church, lay, clerical, bishops, need to remember those things and on appropriate occasions follow them up so that we're still here and working and not being stripped of all our money the way the Romans are suffering. Other than that, let me say how glorious it is to look out here where this morning we were one narrow room, now we have this broadly expanded scene, and this visual fanning out of our membership is just, to me, symbolic of the way our ability to witness to our form of Christianity in North America has been greatly strengthened by the courageous and generous action of the former ACA. And I, for one, am deeply thankful and grateful that you all have joined us, and I hope you will receive a warm and satisfying reception and feel you've made the right decision. So God bless you and thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to say that I agree with you 100%. And I think a great place to start would be with our summer camp program with the adults that are coming in contact with children, priests, volunteers, parents, what have you. Because unfortunately, all it takes is, I think background checks are a must. And I think all it takes, unfortunately, is a troubled child simply making an accusation. And this would all be in place to protect priests, volunteers, parents, and the children. And I think that there's absolutely no excuse.
Well, absolutely. And since you can't, in today's world, in this country, you can't be a school bus driver, cafeteria worker, or teacher's aide without going through these background checks. Let's use the school system's access to the, I can't call up and search the NCIC national database, but any law enforcement agency can. The school board's already got a route to that. I'm going to find a substitute teacher. I just happen to decline any offers they make me becoming a teacher. But at least we'll have clearance. At no cost.
Regarding this words of police, if police or sheriff's office take their word, CPS or whatever it is in the word state is, that's a great way to go about it, as well as mandate reporters. Everyone should really go with mandate reporting. Anyone else?
I'm sorry, could you please explain those terms you've just used?
Mandate reporting.
And CPS?
CPS is Child Protective Services.
Thank you.
CPS, they're most involved. Sometimes it's different from state to state. They're called different things. But for Child Protective Services, they deal with child neglect, abuse. Anyone can make a report. Anyone, it can be, you tell the operator or the person behind your name, but it's completely anonymous. The person that is being investigated, as such, does not know your name. And with regards to that's for CPS, and then for mandate reporters, that is you get a course they usually have online. Some places, in some states it's free, some states it's not. Most people that work with children, especially professionally, have this. All teachers have this, and it states that if a child comes up to you and says, "I'm being abused in XYZ way," you are legally required to report it. And that's also protection, as well as not just protection also for the church because of there's a person. So, and you have to report within a certain amount of hours before it has to come in.
And the church, the clergy, and the parish officers and workers are all covered under that mandatory reporting statute in each state. The only safe harbor we have, exemption from that, and we dealt with it several synods ago, is, you may remember, we adopted a very elaborate set of definitions of the secrecy of the confessional. In the context of a sacramental confession, the clergy can claim the protection of the First Amendment's free exercise of religion clause and say, we're not covered by that. But that's only in the confessional. In their work in the parish and their other contacts with people, are still covered by those mandatory reporting laws.
Parishes, I was on the
the Archbishop and Father Guy DiMartino. Yes, sir. Because he will be my successor.
We also have the head of the Office of the Child Advocate in the state of Georgia as one of our clergy. So we have expert advice available from a gubernatorial appointee in this state on this subject. And I can put you in touch with him as needed. But that's very interesting. If you would provide the information, Father Montgomery, we can make that more widely available. Thank you. All right. I'm going to suggest that at this point, since we've done all of the reports except the regional reports.
We haven't done me.
The secretary. I had you here.
Yes, it is.
Do you want to do it or shall I?
I can do it.
Okay.
Because then I can do my little speech.
Her report is horizontal and should be in your packs.
Is it in the pack? Yep, it is in the pack, yes. Before I do my report, I have been asked for to announce two things. If anyone does not have, that is in this room right now, does not have their name tag, and I have quite a few name tags left, please see Father Weaver over here. You cannot have your dinner if you do not have this. So, and I have one of the people that has a special on here, so you won't get your special if you don't come and get your name tag. Yeah, I know, but I can. And Father Montgomery, please, Father Montgomery. Father Montgomery, please see Father Weaver. Okay. So I don't need to go over all of the reports line by line. Nobody wants to see that or hear that. But I did want to point out, so you will see that there's two sections. There is the report on the condition of the church at the top, which has, 20 lines. And then below shows the ACA diocese. The ACA diocese were not required to report to me. Two of them did, which is fine, but the others were not required to, so that is not not a mistake, or it was, it's okay that I didn't have that information. Up top, there are a few dioceses that have little caret signs that show that I did not get updated information. So we went with the last reported information. So for our new friends, the reports are due, the parochial reports are due June 1st of every year, and I will dog you to get these reports in. So just wanted to do my little spiel about submitting your reports. And the reports are important because not only does it have the parochial numbers and everything, and we like to see our parish numbers and see our growth, but it also has a function of the financial report that the provincial bursar also needs in order to prepare budgets for the following years. So please do note, we did get actually very good response this year. I don't have any blanks for those that were required to report, so thank you very much for everyone who submitted their reports. And I'm sorry if I annoyed you endlessly to get this report completed. So that is mine. I just had to do my little spiel.
Yes. Bishop Menkes, Diocese of Christ our Redeemer, South Africa. Did you get that, Debbie?
15.
15? 12 plus yourself, 1 deacon and 1 catechist. So 14 clergy plus a catechist.
Okay.
All right. I think a motion would be in order to receive all of the reports that have been presented orally and in your packets to this point. Okay, Father Weiss, Colonel Baird. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you. Bishop Kuta, would you care to give us a report on the diocese in Tanzania? Are you in the room? Come on forward. Bishop Kuta, as I think I said in my report to the ACC earlier, was enthroned last year, and at that point, September 2024, there were 27 congregations in Tanzania. There are now 129. Come on up here, Bishop. We're going to give you 5 minutes. So let me tell you a little story about 5 minutes allotted for mission reports. A few synods ago, Bishop Ndegwa gave us an absolutely charming and delightful report. We learned more about chicken raising for fundraising purposes than most of us knew. And I told him he had 5 minutes. At 12 and a half minutes, he said, "Oh, I see I'm coming near to the end of my allotted time." So, we do have a timekeeper, though.
Thank you, Bishop Haviland, and thank you all. It's really a humble to see, since you accepted Tanzania as a diocese in the ACC, and when Bishop Mark Haviland and Dr. Forgin were there to enthrone me, we have seen really a humble growth. Yes, we started with about 20 parishes, and in 1 year now we have 127. And I really attribute all of this not for what we have done, but I really keep saying this over and over again, and I want all of you to know this. The history of Anglo-Catholic in Tanzania, from the missionaries from UK, UMCA, has made all of this possible. So what's happening in Tanzania is a revival of Anglican Catholicism in Africa. The Anglican Catholicism, or Anglo-Catholic, from the UMCA, and especially from the work of Bishop Frank Weston, who was the first bishop of Anglo-Catholic Church in Tanzania, after Tanzania became a diocese in the Central Africa, did a wonderful job. And that foundation is my proclamation in Tanzania, that we are there to revive what Bishop Frank Weston has been done in Africa. And what has been done is this. He wrote the Swahili language. He is the one who put the language of Swahili into a modern form. He advocated the Swahili to be a national language. He advocated for the independence of Tanzania, which is no one wants to say about it. And recently I mentioned that in Tanzania, that when we celebrate the independence, we should bring back the history of Anglo-Catholicism in Tanzania. So it is a revival of our own traditions in Tanzania. And we could be many, more than 127, but the resources is very few. I couldn't go everywhere where I was asked to go. And I have in a report here a humble beginning of our worship under the tree, under the grass, And now, almost in all of those 127 parishes, we are building our own churches. So far, within 1 year, we have 7 which are completed, but they only need roofing. So everywhere you go, there are foundations, and maybe half or little, but we are building our own churches, and they are big ones. In our parishes, the small parish we have is about 200 people. And among those, the population which we have, the young people are so many. So we have a dedicated, under the ministry of my wife, Nora, to make sure that our children are trained so that within 5 years, and I can guarantee you, if we have the resources proper, to train and to minister these young people from age 7 to 14, which are about, in every parish, there are more than 100 of them. If we minister them properly within 5 years, we will transform Tanzania into the Anglo-Catholicism. And that is my intention. And apart from that, I put a policy very clear in Tanzania. Every parish should have not less than 5 acres. And I want to tell you this, why this is important. We have learned from the Roman Catholicism.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left, oh my God, yeah. So the minimum is 5 acres. And right now, all our parishes, they have met the goal or exceed the goal. The diocese itself, we have about 250 acres. And so that is because if you have land, you can do anything. So please welcome to Tanzania. We invite you to Tanzania. We invite young people to come and visit Tanzania. We invite you, those who are the postulates, to come and do internship in Tanzania. I will be working with them. It is very important to sense that another part of that history coming forward, coming alive of our Anglican Catholicism. Welcome to Tanzania. Thank you.
And I tell this story to people repeatedly, flying into Tanzania, or Tanzania, I should learn to say. I left my wallet in the airport before the final flight to Dodoma, and didn't miss it until we were waiting for one of the priests to pick us up in the evening. And he came, and we were at a little restaurant cafe, and we all ordered, and I reached into my pocket to get my wallet to pay for dinner, and there was no wallet. And fortunately, Father Foggin had a wallet. But the priest said, "Well, what's the matter?" I said, "I don't have I have lost my wallet. I think I've left it in the airport." And he said, "Oh, don't worry." And I said, "That's easy for you to say. It's my wallet." And he said, "Well, where is it?" He said, "I left it at the airport. I think in security. I think I was, pulling off belts and taking off watches and got flustered. We were late for a flight." He said, "It'll be there. It's fine." So I'll call for you. So he called the airport, and they said, "How much money is in your wallet?" And I knew, and I said that, and they said, "That's correct. We'll hold the wallet, and you can send someone to pick it up, or he can get it when he leaves the country." And I got it when I was leaving the country. And I got to tell you, that would not happen in the Atlanta, Georgia airport. So I was really impressed, and I said everything in that wallet would go to Bishop Kuta's work. No, well, not the credit cards, but all of the cash, and I fulfilled that vow. So anyway, Tanzania is a wonderful place. All right, well, we'll do a couple more of these. We don't have to do them all today. We're scheduled to go till 4. Yes. We'll break a little before then. I've so far succeeded in ending every meeting early this week, so we'll try to keep that record going.
Bishop Ndegwa, since you had such a difficult trip here, well, make sure you get to speak as one of the earlier speakers. Please come forward. Bishop John Ndegwa is the bishop of the Diocese of Kenya, and he is in Nairobi. Come on up here, both Bishop Kuta's diocese and Bishop Ndegwa's diocese are Swahili language dioceses.
Thank you, Your Grace. Today, 1 minute will be 1 minute. Since the last Provincial Synod, we have done a few things which we thank God for, but we also attribute that to your support and prayers. And I would like to say, before I forget, that if sometimes we write continuously to you and tells you about our needs, if you are unable to do anything but just pray, remember probably that is what makes the difference. So never ever cease to pray. And even if we meet and you had an issue that we thought you could support and you didn't, but you prayed, you did the best. May God bless you. Now, we have done a few things. One of the things we did was a name change with the Office of the Attorney General, because we had a name which we were sharing with our former detractors, whom were using that name, and sometimes there was confusion in the community. So we thank God because currently we've got our new missionary name. As we always say, is that we've got the ecclesiastical name, which is the Anglican Catholic Church. Then we've got the administrative name, which is currently St. Nectar's Missionaries. And then each other mission has their missionary name, which is the name of their local mission. So currently in Kenya, legally, we are St. Nectar's Missionaries. And again, we know we are missionaries. So we needed something because we had a 7-seater vehicle or missionary van. And by God's grace, we have acquired a 14-seater missionary van because we realized that you can't be a missionary without going. Unless if somebody supports you, then you will go where they tell you to go. So we decided to have our own missionary vehicle, and we thank God for your contribution and prayers as well. There is a mission that we had not visited since 2013. And that missionary is so far away because as much as it is in Kenya, they consider themselves as outside Kenya. Actually, when you visit them, they ask you, how is Kenya? And yet they are in Kenya. So this time we were able to revive the parish by an episcopal visit, and we did baptisms and confirmations. But much more is that we were able to purchase land for that mission. But immediately I left that place and the mission started so well. Exactly 1 year, now September this year, that parish burnt down. And it was razed down by fire, and everything, including the priestly vestment and the Eucharistic hardwares, nothing was what? Nothing was saved. So for that reason, currently we are trying to put back the parish and at the same time try to put the priest back on his feet. And another thing is that we were able to purchase land, although on installment, land which we have constructed our first mission since my consecration in 2015. And the mission is doing very well because it will look, we want to pray that in our next provincial synod, our next diocesan synod, we will hold it there. And we want to ask the Archbishop to come and help us consecrate and open it, and this will depend on his plan. So we've got now a mission, which is our Rural Outreach Center, which is doing so well. And then we have been able to begin drilling a borehole, which is supposed to help us in our farming communities. But then the first day we went there with all our machines, including very heavy trucks of 28 tons, it rained heavily, that all of them stuck without reaching the destination. So they had to come back. We are now waiting for January so that when the weather is dry, we can just go and do that. So we also attribute that to your gifts, because the borehole is very expensive to drill, and at the same time, your prayers. And one of our milestones is that we've got a book of common prayer in Kiswahili. Actually, we've got a copy there. And yes, just show out there. Yes, that is, yes, another one there. Yeah, that is great. And I believe, because it is in Swahili, we might share it with Tanzania. And my 1 minute was 1 minute.
But you've given me a story I can use for the rest of my life. Thank you, Bishop. Let's move from Africa to Bishop Herman's looking hopeful. No, he's not. To South Asia, Bishop Andrew, Pakistan, Diocese of Lahore. But we think we're going to make it more Diocese of Pakistan rather than an individual city, because he has congregations well beyond Lahore now. Operating in a very difficult place and doing quite well there. Call him Bishop Andrew, Bishop Mushtaq Andrew.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It is a great opportunity for me to share some of the reports regarding our works, our pastoral activities, and social activities. I wish to introduce the projects and the development which is going in the ACC Pakistan. The Anglican Catholic Church in Pakistan continues to grow in faith, fellowship, and services. Under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, the Church is expanding both in its congregation and its member of clergy, serving the Lord's mission. Along the spiritual growth, the diocese remains. Thank you. You died it over. It makes me little clear. Along spiritual growth, the diocese remains steadfast in its commitment to charity, education, and social welfare. Considering the clergy ministry, diocesan pastoral activities, the diocese is blessed with dedicated team of clergy and lay leaders who labor faithfully in the Lord's vineyard. This report is only for 2 years, sir. At the present, the church has 15 priests, 4 deacons, and 6 catechists. Before that, we have only 5 parishes, but yes, at present, we have established 14 parishes and 5 mission centers. Each parish and mission center is active in evangelism, catechism, and service to the poor and marginalized. Report on sacramental life of the church in Pakistan. Within these 2 years, 60 people were baptized and welcomed in the body of Christ. 225 confirmations strengthen the faith of the baptized members through the gift of the Holy Spirit. 10 young girls got married. They belonged to the poor family, and some of the belonged to the widows, and they were not supported by financially. So church has paid some of the dowry for them so that they can get married and their family can feel at peace. And this fund was given by different donors of my beloved friends from USA. Thank you for them. We have in past, there's no ACC building where we can have a church and worship. At the moment, there are, within 2 years, we have established 3 churches, St. Luke Anglican Catholic Church, Sheikhupura district is completed and dedicated to God's glory. Second, St. Mary Anglican Catholic Church, Sheikhupura, construction is in process. The government of Pakistan has generously provided $18,000 in financial support for the sacred project. St. Agnes Anglican Catholic Church, Okara, scheduled for construction in December 2025. These new churches will serve as a center of worship, evangelism, and community life for generations to come. Apart from the spiritual work, there are some social and charitable work are done in the diocese, because diocese feels without the charity work and social work, spiritual work is incomplete. So, looking at the current flood, there are many families were affected. And recently, with the help of some of my friends, we were able to facilitate 300 families who receive food, clothing, and essential support as a part of a diocesan flood relief program. Technical and vocational training centers we have established in our diocese, and 60 young women have completed their skill in tailoring and got the diploma. 5 young women were provided financial support to begin their married life along with the dignity and joy. I think within our limited sources, we try our best to provide everything to our community, our congregation, so that they all may have a spiritual growth along with the physical growth. And they all feel happy when we extend our hands, not only by sermons, but as a practical man also. This is all because of your generous support, your love, and your concern, which many of my friends, priest friends, bishop friends, provide me some of the donations and support so that I may continue the work of God in my region. God bless you all. Thank you.
Bishop Garcia, did you have a report on your work in the Dominican Republic by any chance?
Very briefly.
Come on. come on up here, speak from the podium, please, Bishop.
Good afternoon to everyone. As you know, as part of the Caribbean, we have developed work at the Dominican Republic. We had a setback a few years ago, but now with Father Fanfi, who is present, and his wife, would you please stand up? And Anna Maria, the church has been growing steadily. They have been supported with the International Anglican Fellowship and also with the Diocese of the Eastern United States. And without this help, would it be possible to open that work there? They're still growing, and there is a lot of potential. He has been working with Haitians, immigrants in the Dominican Republic. And these people have been treated very badly, very, very badly. And we have supported them. Even we have been running a summer camp, and you should see all these children coming to church and having that experience with God. And with them, their parents are coming also, so it's a plus. And when you bring youth to the church, it grows up and blooms at an incredible pace. So we still hope, there is still hope in our Lord works, and the only thing we need is dedication, effort, and love. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Your Grace.
Okay, let's do one more. The ACA is at a disadvantage in this respect because you're primarily a United States church, apart from Dominican Republic and some other work and connections in Cuba and well, maybe Haiti, yeah. Father Bien-Aimé, by the way, is not able to be here. He's had cancer, and it's rather serious. He's traveled off into the States to Florida for medical treatment. I think right now he is back in Tapio in Haiti, but he was not able to be at the synod as he usually is. So we're sorry about that. Bishop Menkes would like to speak about the Diocese of Christ our Redeemer, which is in the Eastern Cape, mostly in the Republic of South Africa.
Your Grace and the Synod at large, greetings. Also, I want to relay the greetings from my people and the clergy from my diocese, especially to give thanks or gratitude to His Grace, Father Fogin and his family, on a recent visit to dedicate the cathedral that is about to be finished. It's only touch-ups there and there. We also want to thank the St. Paul's Society, Missionary Society, and also individuals that have actually helped us to do that building and to where it is now. Secondly, my diocese nowadays, those who follow the news on the TV, our country is disintegrating in a way. As a result, all the worships or services that happen in the night, we have actually taken them away because of the situation that is very volatile, and people live in fear. There's a lot of things that are happening, people being robbed, people killed and so on. So we are facing that thing, and also there is a problem of substance abuse, especially with the youth and so on, because there is a kind of infiltration in the security of our country. And the people whom we think that are the hope of the nation are the ones who are investigated as we speak now. So we are having challenges in that. We've got buildings, 5 structures that are not zinc structures in some of the areas there that we want to develop so that we can actually make things easier for the people and everyone else to worship there. As I have said in the report that the Secretary read here, we are only 14 clerics or clergymen, including myself, and all of us, except for 3 or 4 that are pensioners, but others were on a secular job in order to make ends meet so that we can actually fend for our kids and our families. So it is very difficult to be in a secular job and at the same time you have to do your pastoral or your episcopal work. That is a very, very big challenge. As a result, you have to divide your times, everything, your family decide, also the church, and also the secular work. So that is what is happening there. But we are grateful. We are thankful to the provincial office, to Archbishop, and also to the administrative part of it. I know that Debbie will always call me and say, Bishop, you were supposed to have given me this and that and so on, but time is not. Then I had to ask somebody. How I wish in the next synod, as I have said to Archbishop, in order to keep the church, we need young blood. How I wish that I'm accompanied by somebody, a young cleric or anyone, so that he can be exposed in such a situation like what we are in now. Lastly, what I've seen today, the merging of both the churches that are here, this is what we need in South Africa. Because one thing that makes our church disintegrate, Bishop Menges that side, that bishop that side, that bishop that side, yet we call ourselves as Anglican, Catholic members or bishops or churches. But we need to learn from what is happening here. By those few words, Your Grace and the Synod, thank you very much for the opportunity. It is good for me to be here. It's a learning curve every now and then I come to the synods. Also the fellowship and communion that is here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The canons require that the separate houses meet at least by tomorrow. So I would suggest we recess today, that we come back after morning prayer mass and breakfast in the morning, and then meet together and then get our directions where the individual houses will meet. Meanwhile, the liturgical schedule should be in your schedule of events.
Are we starting tomorrow at 10 like the schedule says, or 9:30?
I think tomorrow we probably could meet at I think we probably well, I'm of two minds. If we have morning prayer and mass at 7:30 and begin at 9,
we don't have much time for breakfast.
I think we have, it's 10.
It's 10 in the schedule. Would that be enough? Would 9:30 be enough time to get breakfast? So 9:30 would be too late. So 7:30, well, I could say Mass quickly. So let's say we'll meet at 9:30 rather than 10. That will maybe allow us to get our business done before lunchtime. Okay. Meanwhile, today, Mass is at 6 p.m. right there, and evensong, please say on your own. So a motion is in order to recess with the resumption of the synod tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning.
No, it's all right.
There are some free albs and one bishop's cassock available where?
Now, and I'm gonna see what I can find out for you.
In the hallway. In the hallway. And also Father Braddock has a few vestments available. He has a chasuble, dalmatic, tunicle, and stoles in red, and a few other items. All right, a motion is in order to recess. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you very much.